And hello, Internet! Welcome back to the Land Beyond the Mist. We are already at Session 3. We have a brand new party to go explore the mists with a returning member. Jamie has brought back Arthur and turned right back around from his harrowing adventures and decided they need more adventuring. I am excited to get playing, but before we do, let's, as is tradition, go around and meet our cast. So I'm just going to go down the list here. Decode, you are the top on my screen. Why don't you introduce yourself or your character and who you brought to the table?
Hi, I'm Decode, and I'll be playing Tats today, which is a human wizard in the early to mid-20s, sort of down on the luck trying to make money, because so far life has not been going that great.
Well, you've come to an interesting place to try to make money. Did you not consider easier ways, or are you just adventuring's the way you want to do it?
Well, people have been telling her that there are a lot of different easy ways, but those have not really panned out, so she sort of cheated herself into wizard school. She did actually pretty well in wizard school, but afterwards didn't get one of those lucrative wizard positions or anything like that, or tutor.
Darn economy.
Tutor.
I like to imagine you got like pyramid schemed into adventuring.
Well,
look at this incredibly easy way to make money. You too can do it at home for just one down payment of all of your starting equipment.
Well, maybe it was you who actually dragged me into it, because I saw Arthur return suddenly with riches, and I was like, well, according to my books, there's only like a 30% probability that you survive an adventure, and then he comes back with his party, rich. I was like, huh.
Clearly, this is a man that can beat the odds. All right. Well, that sounds excellent. Iritor, why don't you introduce yourself and your character that you brought to the table?
I am Narrow Rootholm, a halfling wizard, and somewhat short even for halfling. Green robe, barefoot, bright yellow rune, gold, and a dwarven script, probably can. And he is not a former cook, he is a cook, but 36 years old, fairly late to switch to be a wizard, and has some... I mean, why does a wizard come to a mysterious land with secrets beyond reckoning? But to be more specific, he has some, like, research project, the elemental plane of Earth, and maybe there's something here that... So, yeah?
Very interesting. All right. Well, I like it. Hard to come up with a follow-up question for you. I guess, what is the nature of your elemental research, then? What is it that drives you into the mist to find something about?
It's more... you have to pick some research topic, right? As you go on here in the cave, and you just kind of start on this language of elemental earth and pick this up out of interest, and then basically got into this topic of, hey, who actually speaks that, and which creatures are on this plane, and like what's the connection to this one, and basically made this like his pet project, and now he just pursuing it on the side while
I like it.
Also looking for other stuff to pick up along the way.
Like any good university student, you've just fallen into the path ahead of you. Very nice.
Yeah.
You gotta do your dissertation on something.
Exactly. Gotta get it on something.
I mean, technically, I'm not an apprentice anymore, so I don't really need a dissertation, but you should have one anyway.
All right, Jamie, you are back once again to the Land Beyond the Mist. Go ahead and reintroduce us for anyone that may have missed Arthur in his first appearance.
Yeah, for sure. Arthur is a gold dragonborn paladin. He, of course, just went out into the lands beyond the mist not 10 hours ago in real time. And yeah, he's I don't know, I feel like I was way better at this the last time, but I'm a paladin of Pelor. I worship the god of light. I'm here to hopefully bring the light of hope and compassion into this realm where it might not be and I might not otherwise have worshippers of Pelor to do such a thing to for the people here, and generally make life better around to expand into these lands and make sure it's all safe for people who want to live here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
All right. So follow up. How has the last adventure impacted you? You obviously have turned around to go back out in the mist relatively quickly. Does it weigh on your mind at all? Like, how does the knowledge of what may lie in store for you out there affect your character?
I think he's relatively optimistic about it. The natives could have been a little friendlier, but he almost made friends with some goblins. He almost made friends with some bandits, and there was this strange otherworldly creature that he and his friends were almost killed by, but they were fine. But now he thinks that maybe keeping his adventures a little closer to field would be safer. So is trying to set up this expedition to the Ruined Monastery. See what's going on there.
Okay, excellent. That brings us to, last but not least, Noah. Please introduce yourself and the character you brought to the table.
I'm Noah, and I'm playing Marco, T Minor. He was brought up during a gold rush, and he saw so many people rushing to get wealth and prosperity and just come home with something wonderful, and he lived through it, saw so many people die, and now he sees the same thing happening here. He sees people going into the mist, they want to get something out of it, they're rushing it headlong without preparing or thinking, and Marco's a good guy, so he's gonna go with them and make sure they don't get killed by wolves or eaten by vultures or whatever else nightmarish thing is out here. He's just gonna go with them and make sure they're all right.
I like it. A protector amongst the adventurers. Seems like a common theme. No interest in finding your own treasures out there, Marco T. Minor. No desire for further wealths and secrets?
Secretly, probably, but he wouldn't never say it. He's interested in these things, but he's more
Can we
interested
get your cut?
I get my cut, sorry. But the reality is I'm going to use it to help other parties buy stuff before they go out so they don't die, so.
Awesome. Well, sounds like a good crew to go out adventuring today. You have all met in the Cloak and Stagger, as is usual, and I will show the map at the center table carved into the wood that various adventurers have helped create over time, with even some new additions from recent routes. The four of you have decided today that you are going to go explore the Ruined Monastery, seen kind of straight to the north of Farfield Keep on here. What preparations do the four of you wish to make before heading out?
Well, having
Talked about. Sorry.
Sure. Well, having brought these people together, I'll say to them, well, greetings, friends. I hope you're all excited for the mission. I know I am, to get out there again. I've recently come into a bit of wealth. Is there anything you all think we might need? I suppose I could purchase some things.
How much wealth?
What we have travel, we have... Everyone hopefully has a sleeping bag or a blanket and a crowbar and...
Well, I have all the ordinary things, and of course Theo is here to drag along anything we might need. So you're welcome to make use of him, but yes, just I suppose if there's nothing specific, then we should be fine. Would we like to go talk to Wither, make sure there's not anything in particular at this monastery we should know about?
While we're on our way there, I step to Arthur and whisper into his ears. Mr. Dragon Knight, are you morally opposed to thieves' tools? Because I heard they can be very handy.
I suppose not intrinsically, as long as you're not stealing from the common people. It would be helpful if perhaps this place has locked places. That would make sense to me.
She touches your arm and says, But you don't have to worry about that. After all, it is you who's supervising me, so...
Well, sure.
Well, in that case, she would ask you to borrow, give her 25 gold so she can buy thieves' tools.
All right.
Oh, sure. I'll purchase some thief stools. Well, yes, or you should. I'm not sure where I would find that thing. I'll hand you over 25 gold.
Thank you. Cat's nose. Don't touch
Just
gold.
don't forget to mention that we need it for our expedition. I don't want to have to answer Blacksteel's questions about certain side.
Yeah, Tats goes to the
businesses.
counter and says, "Can I have some thieves' tools, please?"
you just go to a shop, just a shop. Hi, so I'd love some thieves' tools. Yes, you are aware of the thieves' tools market. It is an adventuring staple, if you will, and this being an adventuring town is not necessarily looked down upon to get the, things that could help you unlock boxes and chests and whatnot out in the adventure. So after some looking around, you are pointed to a blacksmith who has made thieves' tools available for the public, and you can purchase them for the book price, 25 gold. Excellent. And so you were going to look for Witha for some potential information on ventures heading out to the monastery?
Yeah.
Okay. Witha is around the bar. You can find her quite easily. You pull her and says, I see the dragon wishes to head out once again, and success getting to your head a little bit, maybe? The ruined...
Yes, perhaps. A little closer to home this time, hopefully. Less travel involved, less danger. The Ruined Monastery. I don't suppose you've heard rumor of its denizens or what became of it to make it a ruin?
Oh, what became of it to make a ruin? No. I've heard people have spotted it out in the Howling Fields. Most people don't go for more than a day out there. People have thought that perhaps it would be good to rest at to avoid the howls of the wolves, but because of the fields are so gentle during the day and so terrifying at night, most adventurers don't stay out there long enough to have reported anything back of the monastery.
It looks quite close where it's marked on the table there. You probably wouldn't be more than a couple days out, yes?
Oh, that sounds about right, yes. More than a day if you're traveling at a normal pace, and probably less than 2. If the
Very good.
rumors are to be believed, of course.
Well, always a pleasure, Wither. Thank you for keeping this place running.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you for bringing back gold.
I'll happily trot off back to my companions.
All right.
It seems like, yes, most of the information we'll need. Look to the others.
All right.
I would only be prepared for some. I mean, these monasteries, ruins. I would always be prepared that we may meet some skeletons there. Seems about the area for that. We'll see.
The Howling Fields did have strange melting wolves in it that turned into undeadish-looking things in the moonlight. So, definitely something of that sort in the vicinity.
Good. I hope we don't meet those. We'll see. Well, further out, I think we went somewhat different direction.
I'm sorry, what was that last bit there, Tor?
No, I was asking him.
Oh.
Was it further out, or did you meet them close to Farfield Keep?
As soon as you get into the Howling Field, it starts to become a problem. It really doesn't take long, no. It's basically you get the outskirts of the farms by the sounds of it, and then you're right into the Howling Fields. Or unless you go, somewhere else, like the marshes or the hills. Really not a lot of safe area around here by the seams of it.
Oh well. That seems what we've signed up for. So, go.
It's true.
Okay.
We're all ready to go though. If Tads is back with that gear.
All right. It sounds like preparations have been made and you are ready to head out. So you strap down the mule with as much as it can carry. Make sure that you are all unencumbered, I would assume, going into this. So I would like for one of you to act as the navigator for the party. This can change at any time, right? But for now, let's get one. And the navigator, go ahead and tell me your intended route, how you're going to get to the Ruined Monastery today, or where you wish to travel today, and what pace you will be going.
So, if a lot of you would like to go slow or at a normal pace?
I think, let us go slow. I think we have the time and we have the resources.
And it's going to take us a couple of days anyway, no matter what pace we go by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I just don't want us to take 2 full days and us arrive at the monastery come nightfall. Might be a
That's
worst
true.
case.
If that's the case, we can still head out a bit back, rest there, maybe at some resting spot we've previously seen, and then we go out back a mile or 2 back to the monastery. We don't need to rest there to meet whatever lies in store.
All right. As we're gonna go at a slow pace then, and we're going due north from Farfield Keep as it's drawn on the table.
Okay, perfect. You go due north from Farfield Keep as it is drawn on the table. Go ahead and make me a survival wisdom check for your navigation for the day. And you're in the pasture, so the DC on that check is 10 for now. Ooh.
With advantage because of pace.
Yes. No.
No?
Gain advantage on checks perceived. And navigation. Yes, with advantage because of slow pace. Correct.
Okay, that's a bit better.
All right. You stumble momentarily as you leave Farfield Keep, expecting perhaps to see more landmarks than you do as the pastures just kind of wave out, crisscrossed with dirt roads, hamlets, and traders. But you find your bearings rather quickly and begin making your way due north off to the Howling Fields. For the day's worth of travel, I would like the 4 of you to give me D6s for potential encounters.
Nice.
6, 1. All right, and 1 more, and a 2. Okay. So you are traveling through the old pastures for the first 18 miles of the day. You are passing along first farmers and villagers, an occasional hamlet here, and soon it begins to kind of melt away into just farming land and then into pastures themselves. Gentle, very little slope to it. The day is warm and bright. You hear the game around you. What is the mood like? How is it that you're traveling through here as you begin leaving that behind and getting towards the proper wilds themselves?
I'm leading and I'm being incredibly cautious. I'm making sure we're keeping pace. I'm keeping the direction. I'm watching out for things. I'm looking up every once in a while because I heard a story about a giant bird thing that attacked and killed some bandits, and that's rolling in my head as we're walking through the fields. And, we're just being cautious, slow, intelligent.
Nice, cautious, slow, and intelligent. Excellent.
This close to town, Arthur's pretty happy again. Keeping the mood up, seeing if he recognizes anybody from the last time he wandered out of town like this.
No, actually, it seems mostly new people, despite your best efforts to mosey up with the Denzians of the world on your first adventure out here.
As you'd expect, going a slightly different direction.
All right. Well, you're being cautious, being smart. You begin leaving the pastures behind. The grasslands begin growing up around you. You are beginning to like start taking real notice of the area around you, looking up more, being extra cautious when you see signs of what appears to be a struggle in the grasses around you. Bent, broken grasses, there's droplets of blood on them, which raises your caution. You begin looking around as a group, and you see in kind of the path that you wish to take northward, a group of these strange bird-like creatures. They are long and tall, standing on like stilted legs, with sharp hooked-like beaks, and they are eating the way at the fresh corpse of what appears to be a massive elk. And the creatures number 3 as they tear at it, each like kind of ripping out some meat, stomping it down, doing that bird-like thing where they look around before diving into some more. They haven't noticed you yet, but your path will take you right through them if you were to continue due north.
Does anyone speak bird?
Does anybody speak bird? Maybe druids, I suppose.
Don't even know if they actually speak a language at all.
No, I heard. Go ahead.
I don't think we can hide from them, at least not with the mule behind.
Oh yes, I wouldn't want that to happen to Theo. I mean, we could try to, just circle around them, and if they get mad at us, then we'd have to fight them, but maybe they're busy enough with their kill that they wouldn't bother.
Sounds like a good idea. I don't think... I really need to meet those creatures, if at all avoidable.
Mm-hmm. All right. So it sounds like your goal of the party is to skirt around them while still kind of heading north. So you are trying to be stealthy and not gain their attention while you skirt these bird-like creatures feasting on a fresh elk. How is it that you are avoiding them? What means do you take to make sure they don't notice you?
And it's very flat and featureless, right? The plains that we are on.
This area is mostly flat. There are high grasses, the occasional stone that pops up, but this area is fairly featureless, yes.
I would probably suggest that if there are higher grasses than others, that we like take our route through there. I mean, I'm small, and I think Marcus was also dwarf, if I remember correctly. So we can probably duck low, avoid their gaze. Our Dragonborn, our mule are probably a bit more visible, but we can probably like careful route through higher grasses, try to keep low.
And maybe we can like be moving while they're feasting, and if every now and again when they pop their head up while chewing or something to look around, we can be more still.
Okay. So it sounds like you are using your kind of stealth like dexterously. You're moving slow, trying to crouch down and keep yourself hidden and out of sight. So what I would like is a group stealth check with stealth dexterity. It sounds like this is a dexterity check to me. So if each of you would roll a stealth check, and we will average it out against their passive perception.
Excellent. I got a 3. Oh wow, my party's got this sorted though.
All right, yes, a 20, a 15, a 12, and a 3. You are going to sneak around. Jamie, your large dragon-like body just isn't made for this. You smash through the grass. Your tail's poking out. Your big head's poking out. There's always a problem, but it helps that Marco the Miner is on top of it. He is covering up for you, pauses you when the birds tilt their head up to eat, and you all make your way past these strange bird-like monsters and through on to the north. They don't even seem to notice you as they eat their meal. So, The party continues on at their slow, careful pace. Eventually, the sun begins to fall and set. A very familiar hues of reds and violets and oranges streak across the sky. And Jamie, you are certain that night is quick to follow on your first day's worth of journey. What do you guys do for camp?
Are there any landmarks nearby?
No, you have largely found yourself in empty plains on this day. You have encountered the birds, but other than some high grasses and some stones, an occasional tree here or there, you've found no real landmarks on this day's journey.
Well, at least a couple of you heard my story in the tavern, I'm sure, but horrible beasts out in these fields. You want to get out of sight lines of the plains, hopefully. So we should look for some dip in the ground, or at least some rocks to crowd near. Make ourselves not visible for these creatures.
If you can find some terrain that gives us some cover, that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
I can put up some alarms to cover the rest. If we find something like this, yeah, I'm looking around.
All right.
Adapting.
The Navigator, I assume you have the highest wisdom survival of the group. If you will roll with advantage as you and the group begin scouring the plains around you for the best possible place to set up camp today.
All right. We all start looking together. We're talking to each other back and forth, and
you find yourself kind of what was described, a nice little dip in the plains. There are high grasses around you acting like some sort of cover. There are nice stones that you can use to set up your fires and your tents and your backpacks and whatnot. It seems like while it is not a perfect escape, there is some amount of reduction in visibility and safety provided here. And you begin setting up camp. So we have reached the end of a days of travel. Since you have moved at a slow pace, you can forage regularly. I'd like each of you to give me survival wisdom checks for your foraging for the day.
Can I make an argument here for me, at least for food, to use my cooking proficiency? Because when it comes to where to find certain plants or like where to look for berries, like how they look like what you can eat.
Sure. You're trained not only in how to prepare the food, but as to like what produce, what things that you can find along the way. So rather than a wisdom survival, I would accept the substitution of your proficiency in cooking. So yeah, a wisdom cooking proficiency check would be in order.
I don't think I put an attribute in there, so that's still not going to work.
All right. So in the Howling Fields, the DC for foraging is 15. So we have one success with Noah J. Marco the Miner. You have successfully found a small stream, filled all of your water skins. No one is dehydrating. However, everyone else, Arthur, Neryl, Tads, you have not found enough food to replace what you needed to eat today. So please mark off. Huh?
I think DC got 17.
No, yeah, that's what he's saying.
That's Marco the Miner. Yeah, he's
he
successfully
got
foraged
food for himself, but not for everybody else.
I got the 17.
But on the same topic, did you double check your notes and something and found the Howling Fields was DC 15? I think last night it was 10.
It is 10 in the pasture land, and the Howling Fields are... Oh, yeah, you just went through the pasture land first. The Howling Fields themselves are 15, but you spent most of your day in the pasture lands. So 10 will be the correct. You are correct. So, in that case, the only person to fail the pasture lands here is Irator. So please mark off 2 pounds of food, Neryl, from your rations. You have not successfully made your way through.
Can you mark that off from the mule? Or?
Yeah, I'm marking it off.
All right, excellent. That is that today. So, I will roll a d6 for nighttime encounters.
Oh wait, if we go for like night's rest, I would prefer to put up some alarm spells. as a
Sure.
ritual beforehand.
Please describe
And
your.
I want to.
Yeah, and.
I specifically want to put 2 alarm spells, like
Mm-hmm.
9 meters in the air. So, they're like 2 cubes that are just floating
Mm-hmm.
on top of us in case these bird creatures come and try to do something. These will be audible alarm.
Okay.
So in case if they're swooping down on us, they'll know we're here anyway.
Mhm.
So, and then I would like 30 feet away from the camp, like now and then, like I think 5 cubes in total of alarms that are mined, like a mind alarm that only I hear.
Okay.
So I covered the perimeter. So there's a good chance that anything that approaches us goes through there.
Okay, so you surround your camp with alarms, 2 of them cubed in the air about 9 meters, the other 3 spread out equidistantly, trying to cover as much land as you can as you begin setting up for camp. What is the mood in camp? What is it like as you get to rest here and you're now having successfully gotten out into the Howling Fields proper?
That would be somewhat nervously excited because she's not really used to being in the wilderness, and she did not expect that just in one day she would be in so much danger already, just seeing those bird creatures so far away, and the person that she assumed would be a protector was a liability in terms of stealthing away from them. So an additional source of stress to her.
Okay.
Arthur's would, probably regale them with another tale of their last encounter with some wolves things and how they all managed to heroically work together. A couple of amazing sleep spells coming off from the wizard, and how we managed to easily rebuff them. And so there's nothing to worry about out here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if Tad makes their
nothing to worry about at all.
Worry
out
obvious,
here.
yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I thought enough of these days beforehand, so I kind of knew that it was dangerous going out here. I'm not too concerned. I'm probably busy cooking for everyone, so I'm not really paying that much attention to the story, like just now and then. I'll try to put something together.
Also, Teds would be
Right
practicing her
away.
magics upon seeing Neryl cast the alarm spells. She's like, I thought I can also cast some spells, and she will ritual cast detect magic just for herself. I assume nothing will go off, but
Nothing magical here. Not yet.
Nothing magical.
except for my
here.
magical teammates.
All right. That sounds excellent. So, the 4 of you are practicing magic, regaling tales of old, and getting ready for a nervous or not nervous night's sleep, depending on your disposition. During the watch of... I forgot who I rolled. I'll re-roll. During the watch of Neryl Roothome, you are... just kind of peacefully doing your thing, going about your business, when the audible alarms from out in the fields go off.
The audible alarms are above me. The out in the fields are mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had those reversed in my brain. Okay. So you are the one who casts the spells, actually. So you are alerted to your alarm going off, and it is going off about as far to the east as you set the alarm, and you begin looking quickly, and you see a pack of skeletal horses. There are 4 of them. And in the moonlight, you can see not a bit of flesh or fur remains, yet you can tell that these are horses. The glistening in the moonlight is the like pale bone, and they are stomping, and you can even hear snuffling and snorting as if they were horses, despite their lack of flesh and bone and fur, as they are approaching directly in the camp from the area of your alarm.
Okay, then I will not bother like waiting. I say, quickly, everyone wake up! And I just take like the head or the arm of like the next person besides me and drag them away, and I'll immediately cast Mage Armor.
All right, you immediately cast Mage Armor. Quickly, awake! You shake everyone awake, and sure enough, the whole party wakes up, and you are alerted to 4 skeletal horses approaching the party, heads down. The cry of awake has perked one of them up, and the eyeless skulls kind of lock with the party, and they begin to kind of break into a half gallop towards you.
Can I equip my shield before they get here, at least?
Yes,
an
picking up a
action.
shield is, I don't believe, takes the same armor doffing rules that
Just an action.
Yeah, just an action. So I will have all of you, I believe, roll me some initiative. We will go over here to the battle map. I believe your tokens should already be around the fire. Feel free to organize yourself around the fire differently if you feel the need.
Have I ever read about skeletal horses?
I am not sure that you have. Perhaps. Oh, I like that one of them is skeletal and the rest are not. They're all skeletal, though, even if these ones look fleshy. All right.
How big are these rocks?
These rocks are fairly large. You spent a good amount of time searching for the best one, trying to get a nice little place to make camp. So I'm going to say this rock probably goes up 10 feet or so. It's like a big boulder out in the plains. Who are we missing from the initiative order here? We are missing Marco.
Rolled a 20,
How about you?
but
Okay, and it looks like Arthur is in. It looks like Tads is in. Nerl is not in, so we will add a Nerl. Okay, so Marco rolled a 20, and Nerl has rolled a 16. All right. Nope, wrong way. Descending order. So, as these creatures come breaking towards the camp, their skeletal bones glistening in the moonlight, Marco the Miner, you are the first to react. You've been shaken from your sleep by your companion. What do you do?
Do I have enough? I grab my shield, I grab my pick, throw it at my belt. I always sleep next to him. I have a chain shirt, but that'll take too long. So can I climb on this rock and get to the top of it?
Absolutely. You can climb on the rock. It'll cost you an extra 5 feet of movement per square on the rock to climb up it, but you can absolutely do it.
All right, I get advantage. Are there more than just 4 horses? Is there anything else in the field, or is it just
You
these
peer
4
out
running at us?
behind the horses, and what little dim light of the stars provide and the moon you don't see anything other than these 4 horses out there, though you're not entirely certain that could be true.
I will. Are they this close, or are they further away?
I think they're this close. How far away was the alarm spell cast? Like 15 feet?
I'm the 30 feet from the camp. However, you wanted to find the camp here, I guess.
I just defined it where I put your tokens for the fun of it.
It's also got a radius, so yeah. 20 foot square, I
30
think.
feet, and then it's
Yeah, so this looks about right.
50 feet away does sound about right to me. That's what I was thinking.
about
All right. Well, then
Okay.
I will pull out my holy symbol in my offhand.
Mm-hmm.
Although I've put my pickaxe in my belt for later in case we need to fight, I will point at this one, and I will. Let me double click. Okay, it's not letting me. Wonderful.
This one in the center here. I think it's because you have your measure tool equipped and not the pointer.
You are correct. All right. I will cast Guiding Bolt.
All right, you cast a guiding bolt, a ball of arcane, or not arcane, divine light erupts out, but the skeletal horse seems nimble and prances elegantly away from it, your bolt flying off into the night behind it. And you've climbed up onto the rock. I believe that is the end of your turn?
Could I argue that the rock gives me advantage for high craft?
Maybe against a more basic creature, but not against the skeletal horse in front of you, unfortunately.
All right, worth a shot.
Yeah. All right. Arthur, it is your turn. You have seen your friend fire a radiant ball of light at these skeletons, and they have not connected. What do you do?
Arthur takes a bonus action to call down the divine light of Pelor onto him, and he is infused with a golden light as he casts Shield of Faith.
Okay.
And then he will start to charge forward to meet these creatures. But sit himself here, taking the dodge action, shouting out, "Come at me, fiends, and meet your end." And that's all.
Excellent. All right. You shout at the creatures, "Come at me and meet your end." And Neryl, you see this brave display from your compatriot racing out to meet the skeletal horses. How do you react?
I will not. I will prepare a spell.
Okay.
I take the North Horse, and I will prepare magic missile on it. But I'll wait until the horse charges either to us or or charges one of us, basically.
Okay, absolutely.
But I will not give away my position before that.
Okay. So you are hiding behind the rock, preparing magic missile, ready to unleash it. Very nice. The skeletal horses take their turn. The first thing that happens is this middle horse comes charging forward and sees you, Arthur. It actually will square up with you. And it raises its mighty hooves and has them come crashing down on your shield. It has disadvantage as you are taking the most defensive position possible. And rolls a 13 to hit. I don't believe that'll pass.
Just a miss.
Just
no
a
armor.
miss.
Yeah.
All right. The hooves come
14.
crashing down around your shield. You bash them away, weather the attack unfazed. All right. The northernmost horse here has taken a different path. It charges through the underbrush here and comes around this way towards the exposed position of that looks like Tad's, and it will attack with its hooves as it charges by with a 10 to hit you. I don't believe that'll do it. This does bring the horse within your view, Neryl, and as a charge on your compatriots, do you unleash your magic missiles?
Yes.
All right. Please roll damage here as your magic missiles strike forth at the skeletal horse. Ooh, 8 points of damage. What do your magic missiles look like as you unleash them here?
They're, as they streak through there, they not look like light, but more like, where they move, everything else is drained away. So there's like this white space that's just because there's not anything else in there, and they, as if these blanks shoot for the horse and rip through and just delete stripes
Nice.
of the horse.
All right. Yeah. Sure enough, they rip through and delete portions of the bones, like breaking them, smashing them. But the horse, even though it looks quite broken up by your damage, is still alive and kicking. This skeletal horse to the south again crashes through the underbrush here. It passes by Arthur here, seemingly unheeding your position. Go ahead and make an attack of opportunity if you would like against it.
Oh yeah, sounds great. The Warhammer swings out.
Oh, with a
And you know
critical
what?
strike.
Oh.
Yes. Please
I
roll
wasn't
some damage.
Oh, oh god. I'm gonna smite it.
Ooh, with a smite. Okay.
Yeah, so,
what does it look like when you unleash your magical smite?
Well, the golden light of Pelor is already infusing me, protecting me, but then it all comes surging to a point at the head of my Warhammer, and it pierces into the creature, just this blast of sunlight, smashing it to the side, probably, because it deals 17 bludgeoning damage, and this being an undead, 19
Oh
radiant
my
damage.
goodness! Yes, a beam of sunlight just streaks down and erupts across this creature, blasting it. The creature doesn't even get knocked to the side; it just blasts apart. Bones go flying in various directions. One swings by and bonks you on the shield. This horse doesn't even get to finish where it was going, as it just evaporates from your magical strike. Excellent.
That shot's over. I see why you've been successful so far.
The final skeletal horse charges forward, sees your mighty strike against its companion, and decides you are the biggest threat, and comes to attack you with its hooves, bringing them down upon you. You are still taking the dodge action, so this will be at disadvantage. And then 11 to strike you, coming up short. Very nice. That brings us to Tads. You've seen the holy strike of a paladin destroy one of these skeletal horses. What do you do?
Well, inspired by the striking, Tats attempts to strike on her own, although not with the mighty hammer, but just with a little dagger of hers.
Okay. An 18 with your dagger does find purchase against the bones of this horse. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Mighty cut.
3 piercing. Oh, you can't find an extra damage now, can you?
Nope. And then she walks away.
Ooh, so you have not disengaged from the horse. As you leave its threatened area, it reaches up with its mighty hooves and tries to crash them down upon you.
Except Tats is mobile, and she looks at the horse and says, "Holy horse!"
You look at the horse and say, "Screw you, I found a feat!" And the horse is unable to strike you, as you are too fast to make the opportunity attack against. Well done.
And she walks 20 feet away.
Well done. All right. That brings us, Marco the Miner. You are on top of this rock. You have seen all of this action go down. What do you do?
I will walk here. I have the movement to do it, even with the rock. I'll hop off. And I will use a bonus action to attack by using my War Cleric feature.
Okay.
And I can do that up to 4 times per long rest. So I will take an attack with my War Pick as a bonus action.
Absolutely. A 12, unfortunately, does not strike the bones of this creature. It dances out of the way too nimbly from your first War Picks.
All right, well, I will take a normal attack to try it again.
And this time connect. You've judged the way the horse likes to dodge and line up a perfect blow. Any damage will kill this creature. How does it look when you defeat it?
I think, for the sake of flair, let's just say I run and jump off the rock. And then with an overhand strike, I bring the War Pick down on its head, puncturing all the way through. And as I pull it out, it just kind of fades into mist.
Oh, absolutely. Everything is true except the fading into mist. You puncture the head of this creature. Its skull fractures and like sticks to your war pick for a moment before you rip it out. The bones of it fall. Their animation holding them together just in a heap at your feet as you've leaped off the rock. Excellent. I believe you've used your movement. You've attacked. I think that is your turn. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Arthur. You're surrounded by two skeletal creatures pawing with their mighty hooves at your shield. What do you do?
Cool, calm, and composed, Arthur's set himself behind his shield, managed to weather their assault, bash one completely to bits. But now he pokes his head out from his shield to unleash a cone of fire with his breath weapon.
All right, you breathe in, unleashing a cone of fire across these creatures. Each of them will make a dex save. I'm just going to roll an advantage, and one will be for the first, and the other roll will be for the second. So the 8 will definitely fail against your DC. The 14, I'm not sure. Does that pass?
Yeah, that'll pass.
The 14 will pass. All right, so the first horse to your left takes 7 points of fire damage as your cone of fire envelops the skeletal bones of the creature. The other one seems to make its best effort to like rear up its hooves high in the sky and seems to take a bit less damage from that burn. Excellent.
Great, that's all.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Neryl, you are back behind the rock. You've seen this cone of fire burst out. You've seen 2 of your skeletal enemies die. What do you do?
I will poke my head out to see the horses clearly that are still alive in some fashion. Quickly in 1 second, do I see like which of the horses has it what?
Sure. So the only damage that these 2 have taken has come from the breath weapon. So this one most close to your token is the one that did not pass its save.
Okay, then I don't think we have any firing into melee rules, right? So I don't risk hitting.
In 5e, as far as I can tell, from my many attempts to read through it, there is no penalty for firing into melee unless I make one up.
Okay, then I will another time quick gestures with one hand, and flick one bolt of fire at this horse, and then I will not even wait to see if it hit or not. I will get behind closely, behind the rock again, and I will press myself against it so it cannot really charge me in case they have like.
Ah, very good. Tried to prevent a charging attack. All right, I like it. Please roll to hit with your firebolt. It does, catching the creature full in its skeletal body. Roll me some damage.
This is.
I think you can just click in the. That works too. Perfect. 5 points of damage. This one.
In the future, if you like, you can just click on the firebolt text, and it does it automatically.
This one had slightly more HP than its companion and lives, though its bones are singed with fire, and you could tell that it is clearly not as healthy as its companion. However, it is its turn. These skeletal horses, I don't think they want to take an attack from this paladin. They have seen what happens when they do, and so they will bring their hooves down mightily upon you in revenge. Wait a minute, did these? No, the other ones have that. Okay, so they bring their hooves down. The first with a mighty 17 upon you. Yeah, very unfortunate. The hooves do 10 bludgeoning damage to you as they beat down upon you.
I'm still concentrating on the Holy Might of Pelor.
Excellent. The Holy Might of Pelor stays on you. The second rears up as well, bashing at you with its hooves with another 17 that will deal an additional 9 points of damage to you.
Okay.
Ooh, being level 2 feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
How much are you? You're hanging on just barely, I assume.
Just barely.
Just barely. Excellent. You withstand the withering assault of the war horses, and it is now Tad's turn. As you see your paladin just being hammered by these large skeletal hooves.
At Tats, she does some little interpretive dancing for her semantic components and blows the kiss as a gust of icy wind flies over to the northern sea here.
Oh, excellent.
Ray of Frost.
Ray of Frost. I believe the Ray of Frost has an attack roll associated with it, yeah? Excellent. And that is a 24 that will hit. And 4 cold is enough to defeat this horse here. It had not enough health to respond. The frost curls over the top of the horse, freezing its bones. They then fall apart. Whatever foul magic animating them has been defeated. Only one remains.
Afterwards, Tad walks 40 feet.
Excellent.
Sort of mobile.
All right, you walk 40 feet, and you are getting out of there. I like it. All right, Marco. Marco, you are next to go. You have seen your 3 of your enemies defeated. One of your allies is in bad shape, however. What do you do?
I cannot reach them in time. Oh, wait, can I? No, I can't. Do you know where the mule is?
The mule would be tied up in the back of camp somewhere, not wanting to get involved here. Unfortunately, battle mules do not unlock with backgrounds. You gotta train those.
I do have a sling on it with some bullets, and that might be useful here.
We'll consider the mule within one. You haven't really moved during combat. You can get to the mule within half of your movement to like the south or west over here, and
probably
then,
behind the.
Yeah, behind the rock somewhere where you guys were camping. And then you would have an additional half of your movement to continue going.
All right, so I'm just trying to do all the math, all the very important math. Okay, yeah, I can do this. I get a handful of sling bullets off of the mule. I grab my sling. I walk to right. This would be another 10 feet. And I'll take 2 slings at it. One with my normal action, and then one with my bonus action. And I'll be down to 2. Right? Oh my god.
Oh no! A critical fail. What is it that happens when you critically fail on your sling? Like, what is the outcome here?
I think I was going to put... I think I swing the sling, and then I realized I didn't put a bullet in it. I was just too panicked. I was too afraid, and I just... swing for nothing and go, oh, no. And then
it's just an empty throw. Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay, go ahead and make your regular action attack.
All right. God damn.
Again. Marco is just too scared. He picked up the sling, but he forgets to load it. Oh my goodness. You look in your hand, there's still just 2 stones sitting in it. Oh.
How the hell?
Arthur, you are low on HP. No sling stones have come to help you. You are staring down this skeletal horse. What do you do?
Yeah, it's painful up here on the front line. So I've been beat around, but he's still up somehow, and so we'll continue trying to fight back with a Warhammer swing. No advantage.
With a 15, you do hit with the 15.
For 10 bludgeoning damage.
For 10 bludgeoning damage. Alright, you strike the horse, bones cracking, ribs breaking, but the animation holding it together is still alive and well.
Yeah, and I'll just try to circle down a little and call out, finish it off!
Alright, excellent. Neryl, you hear your ally calling out to finish it off. What do you do?
I go like around the rock again and hurl an element of fire at it.
Alright.
Come and get me!
Go ahead and...
Seeing that he is somewhat beaten up.
Ooh, a 16 will
I
hit.
hope it won't be necessary.
Yeah.
Let me try that. No, that's just a nod. Sorry, no.
If you,
I'm
so
clicking
what
back.
he's saying is if you, in the actual roll window of Roll20, you can mouse over the word Firebolt underneath where it says 16, like where it rolled, and if you click on that, it will
okay.
append the damage underneath it.
Do you want me to roll again? Or
Nope, that's fine. You have struck a 16 and dealt 6 points of fire damage to the creature. It erupts around it, and you have slain the skeleton, verily. The night once again falls silent around you as the bones of these creatures are no longer held together and lay in piles around them, except for the one that was struck by the radiant light, which bones have flown all over, scattered across this little bit of the plain.
Great.
Yeah, I'm rushing to. I'm probably Mark's already there. Look if like how much damage. Like how is Alpha looking at the moment?
Oh, thank you. While he's working on that wound, I'll also pass my hands over one of the worst hoof prints, and my skin is restored for 10 points of lay on hands.
All right. Between lay on hands and a cure wounds and further medical ministrations, you're looking pretty ready to go. Your fighting spirit very well restored.
Well,
That's looking at the Marco.
that went well,
Sorry.
considering I had no armor.
Can't believe I rolled 3 ones.
Let's look over to Marco and says,
I'm sure you
Father
tried your
Minor.
best.
Father Minor, are you actually trained in using this link?
No, I've never used a sling before, I'm going to be honest. And I think what happened was when I ran over with my handful of bullets, I kind of tripped for a second. I thought they were still in my hand. So the first time I pop one in, I make a swing, nothing happens, I do it again. Yeah.
Fighting for your life is pretty stressful. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, at least there will be a next time.
Yeah.
Well, I say, unstrapping my shield. Nothing for it but to get more rest. Wait for the morning.
Oh well.
All
I
right.
think some of the food's still left if you want something after this ordeal. So I will probably if I mean was my watch anyway, so it was already awake. So if everything settles down again, I would take like. Did any of the 4 undead horses look different from the other? In the sense of being
they were
remarkable.
They were all about the same looking. They had various kind of sizes and shapes the way you'd expect a horse to have various sizes and shapes, but they're about the same overall build.
Then I would take one of the skulls and put it like somewhere close to the fire. That's probably not burning at the moment. Probably cast a quick prestidigitation to let it burn, so everyone can warm up a bit. And I would begin a detect magic ritual and see if there are still any
All right.
any magic on that skull.
You spend 10 minutes doing the magics and performing the sacred rites to detect magic. And after you finish, there is no longer any magic on the skull of this horse. As far as you can tell, at this point, it is a mundane skull.
Are there any teeth on its horse left?
Any teeth? Sure.
No, not teeth. Sorry. Any bone I can easily pick up from that. Any part of the skull I can easily pick up.
There are
then I would
plenty
just-
of horse bones of various sizes. You can find one that was broken and splintered, or you can find a knuckle or a hoof or whatever it is that nicely
I think
fits
of
in your
both,
pack.
I think.
Okay.
And then I will just take and put it probably on the mule.
Okay.
Yep.
You have a
So-
nice bone on the mule.
You said they're purely made of bones, right? It's not like there's some scrap metal or any, I don't know, anything else like armor like on them.
No, they are not armored. Despite the depiction of the armored skeleton in the token, it is just the skeleton of the horse.
How
If I
long is a
ever-
long rest again? In your... 8
We'll get to that at the end of the night here. I think we're getting
Okay.
rapidly close to it.
Yeah.
And I guess we're at it now. All right, so the rest of you return to your sleep. The rest of the night goes on unmolested, and we have accomplished a night's rest. So at the end of the night's rest, you can recover all class features that recover at a long or short rest. You can spend any number of your current hit dice pool to regain HP as needed, and you will recover, after doing that, 1/2 of your total hit dice pool rounded up for any fractions to spend in the coming day.
Yeah, I'm only 1 hit point down, so I spend it and get it back for this 1 HP.
Okay.
Not to work against us too much, but don't we have to be in Farfield Keep or in some really secure sanctuary, or does this count as a sanctuary?
That's only
That would
for
be
the
for a
really-
full rest, but that is true. If you find Farfield Keep or a sanctuary, then you would get a more powerful version of the rest.
Okay.
All right, that brings us to the start of the day. Is Marco still the navigator for the day?
Oh yeah.
All right, excellent. Marco, what is the route that you are heading for today? And go ahead and give me a navigation check on DC 10.
All right. With advantage because we're going slow, right?
And and a pace. So if you choose a slow pace, then it would come at advantage.
Okay. Real quick, guys. Before we do this, do we want to go at a normal pace to maybe reach the monastery today, or do we want to go at a slow pace and reach it the day after today?
Considering that we almost died with the slow pace, I think we should maybe stick with the slow pace.
I think we should get there today.
and
even at a slow
also,
pace.
I see a problem. If we actually reach the monastery with the normal rest at the end of the day, and we don't find water for any reason, like, I don't want to be there to look for water on the next day. That's like the worst thing.
All right.
So
We're going slow then. We're all going slow. Everyone agrees.
It seems the most sensible and cautious.
All right. You take a slow pace and head due north to the monastery. Excellent. Everyone, go ahead and give me d6s for your possible encounters during the day. And I will roll for a discovery. Okay, so you guys are not long out of camp. You have fully headed into the hills proper, and you are in the morning. How is the mood here after the nighttime kind of attack by these skeletal creatures? How are you traveling here through the region?
Carefully, intelligently, as before. I'm in a pretty good mood because no one died.
Yeah.
I think that was largely due to Arthur's and his amazing Warhammer strike when the horse ran past. So I'm very confident now. I was a little wary at first, but now I feel like there's nothing. There's nothing that could go wrong at this point.
Absolutely not. All right.
I'd probably be chatting to Tads, making sure they're all right. After last night's encounter, they seemed pretty
Ted's is terrified. She almost got trampled to death by a horse in like 1 hit. But
yeah.
maybe I shouldn't be standing in the first row, she says. You did so well. Wow.
Oh, well, yeah. Yes, I suppose. The holy light of Pelor guides me and such, and yes, it was a good fight. We all helped out, indeed.
It is not long into your morning walk here, as you are in the midst of this conversation, congratulating yourselves on a well-fought skeletal fight, when you come across in broad daylight in front of you, what appear to be large goblinoids, much bigger than the goblins that Arthur had seen before, and they are spread out underneath a large tree that has grown up here in the plains, one of the larger ones you've seen as you've gone through here. And in the shade of it, there are 8 of these large creatures. 7 of them appear to be sleeping, or at least lying on the ground, and you can hear the soft rhythmic breaths of them. The last one, the 8th, seems to be sitting cross-legged, kind of staring out around the plains. You are traveling slowly and cautiously, and you have managed to spot this a few hundred feet away, probably 200 feet from the tree itself. But you know that this is the path that you want to choose to walk, and in front of you are these creatures. What do you do?
All right. Well, I think I quietly whispered to the party. Hey, so I noticed there's 8 goblinoids. 7 are sleeping. 1's awake. And then I will say in a quiet, whispery voice, do you want to try and go around? Do you want to try and deal with this threat? Do you want to try and introduce ourselves diplomatically? What do you guys want?
Well, I'm all for increasing relations amongst the locals, but there are quite a number of them, and they're a mite bigger than the last kind of goblins I saw.
Earl, the sleepy thing you did yesterday. Do that again.
How many of them are?
It appears that 1 is sitting alert and cross-legged. The other 7 appear to be sleeping.
If they're really asleep, get lower and put the last one to sleep as well.
That's our strategy? So after we put them to sleep, are we going to go around, or are we going to put them down?
If we do this, we have to attack them. Only lasts for 1 minute.
We only have to attack the one, though.
Could we get close enough, quiet enough for them not to wake
So we're
up?
just going to assassinate this person?
Not a person.
Without provocation?
No.
It's not hard.
That's why I'm asking the party what they want.
How are the terrain features looking? Does it look is there some cover we can use to do the same as last time?
Yeah, so this is a large kind of plain out in the middle of nowhere, essentially. There are large grasses that grow up around you in abundance. There are patches of them that are quite large. You could probably very easily try to use them for cover. There are a few large rocks. There are not very many trees. One of the largest trees you see are being used for shade by these goblinoid creatures in front of you. But other than that, it is mostly just a plain, and beyond some rocks and some large grass, there's not a lot of other features to use.
If they are 200 feet out, then it would only take us 18 seconds to run by them, right? Or 3 rounds.
Yes, that is true.
It would be better if they didn't see us at all, because otherwise they could just pursue us.
You could also sleep them and just run by them, right? Unlikely.
Oh, you can sleep them and then just leave, and it looks like he just dozed off or something.
And once he wakes up, it's unlikely that his first reaction will be to suspect all magics influenced him.
Yes, as long as we're out of sight, I agree. Do we? Oh, great. Yeah, let's put him to bed and just run by then.
Then I will have to get closer. I need
I will
to get
be
up to 90 feet.
Before you go there, I will be massaging your legs and casting Strider on you, whispering verbal components in here. Something like "I'm tiger."
I like it. All right, your speed is increased by 10 feet until the spell ends. So for an hour, you can move much quicker than you could before. So are you going up alone, away from the rest of your party, to get within the distance of your spell?
If I have this on me, I should be able to outrun them if they notice me and then get back to the party. So I will try to sneak up through the grass or other cover that may be on the way, or I can go a bit around, but I have to get a good vantage point and try to sneak up and like keeping low. And if I'm in 90 feet range, I will cast Sleep, but only if I'm not like if they like the guard didn't wake anyone up yet. Only if I'm not noticed. Otherwise, I'll bolt back.
I've seen a bit of magic before, right? You start waving your arms around and everything, and all right. So when you start waving your arms around, that'll be the signal. Then we'll start running.
All right. So your goal is to sneak up within 90 feet of these creatures without being noticed, and you're doing so by moving pretty slowly and stealthily. One of them is awake, and is especially on alert. So you are going to be kind of moving through these tall grasses and attempting at your best to basically not be seen. So give me a stealth dexterity check to sneak up to the 90 feet without being spotted or noticed by the one alert goblinoid.
I'd argue he gets advantage because as a halfling, he's hardly taller than the grass itself.
Advantage for being a halfling. I don't think so, but a good try.
Okay. Well,
Worth a
let's
shot.
see.
Ooh, a 9.
not do it.
So you sneak your way closer, trying as best as you can not to be seen. As you do so, you think you get in position. You're feeling you're at 90 feet. You begin to go to cast your spell, and as you do so, this one in the center spots you, sees you doing something, and begins shouting in a goblinoid tongue at his compatriots, and begins shaking the ones nearest to him.
Can we get an initiative roll on shaking?
Sure. Absolutely. The initiative roll for you to beat is 21.
Just beat a 21, okay?
Impossible.
Yeah, so you
Roll 19.
You attempt to cast your spell quickly, but unfortunately, the goblinoid spotted you and has begun shaking his characters, or his compatriots, awake. And so the ones most, let's see. He rolled 3 of his creatures. 3 of them have now woken up, and you cast your sleep spell.
Okay, then that is as it's going off, so I cannot like see that he's noticed me and bored.
If you want to not cast your sleep spell instead, that's fine.
If they I see them, like they see me and they already wake people up, then I just bolt back with my 35 feet movement.
All right,
And
so
my
instead of doing anything else, you pause your spell and go, nope, and you
And
hoof it
if
behind
the
you.
spell if the spell slot is lost anyway, I would cast it. But if I can see doesn't work,
It's fine. I won't punish you with a spell slot if you want to do something different.
I would only cast it if I'm there and then I see they haven't noticed me.
All right.
So I would just bolt back as fast as possible back to
You begin rushing back to your companions, and you see all of you as Nerl is his name. As Nerl becomes rushing back, you see the rest of these goblinoids shaking each other awake, and all 8 of them are now awake, and they are chittering to themselves in their goblinoid tongue. And the one is pointing out at the direction that Nerl came from.
Am I there? Am I already at the group?
You snuck forward. How close did the group go with you as you were sneaking to 90 feet?
Like 100 feet behind, so that we
100 feet behind. Yeah.
Okay, so you still probably, even if you were racing back, you still probably have, you have long strider on, you probabably have 60, 70 feet left before you get to the group.
I say really quickly, you want to hide or
if
you
I
want to
use
talk?
dash action, then I get 70 feet closer to my group.
Sure, yeah, you can dash. So you're within a single move from the group.
Does it look like they have bows?
Let's see.
We're not going to outrun them.
Let us see. I have forgotten what they were equipped with. Yes, they are equipped not only with bows, but with long bows.
Oh boy.
Yes, and you can see as they stir, they're picking up their weapons. They had been sleeping in their armor like fools, perhaps just on a patrol. They decided to take a nice nap, and they are picking up weapons and shout. The one that was alert, shouting and pointing back in the direction of the party.
As I see that, I put my arms in the front, set them out, and shout, "Conjure crate," and cast minor illusion to create the image of a crate.
Of a crate, like a wooden crate?
Yes. As in, yeah, serving as cover, as they couldn't discern that this is not actually...
Okay, so you tried to create some amount of cover. Alright, absolutely.
Are we trying stealth? Are we trying diplomacy, guys?
Let's get out of sight of their bows, at least. Oh, good, there's a crate here. No, this is perfect.
All right, the crate is magicked into existence. You begin ducking behind the crate, and you see the goblinoid creatures begin to advance quickly from their position amongst the trees. They're bows of 150-foot range, so they are beginning to knock and advance. Let us pull everyone over to a map here so that we can kind of keep track of it. We're gonna have to use the full length of this map, so let's zoom out quite a bit.
Any trees or actual cover nearby?
No trees. The grasses themselves, I think, in the big, thick patches, we can consider some amount of cover, for sure. All right, so the party is down here. Nerl is some 30 feet from them, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 in the direction of these people.
Do they absolutely know where we are? There's zero chance, like...
Yes, they have seen you, and they are positioning themselves now. So they woke up, and while you were talking and creating a box cover, they have moved forward. So the tree no longer really is important, and they move forward in like a very obvious kind of formation.
Can
I shout in Goblin? Hail, lords of the fields! We have brought food as tribute.
You shout in a goblin. Give me a charisma save there.
Oh,
or
God,
not a
no.
save.
Anyone helping?
Charisma check. Do you persuasion? I think is a reasonable skill here. Charisma persuasion.
Maybe intelligence
Perception?
for speaking. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Maybe intelligence for thinking of something they would want and then trying to give it to them.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure. You're less being persuasive and more trying to be clever and trick them. Sure. An intelligence persuasion sounds good to me.
All right.
A 19. Okay. They will... Let's see if they think that you're bringing them food or not.
For the record, I'm pulling a bunch of rations off of the mule, like 30 pounds of it. And I'm just hefting it up, and I'm starting to walk it towards them.
Excellent. They are certain of it. You hear the bows are knocked and trained on you, and they say, "Good! Bring us food and goods! Pay tribute to your masters!"
Yeah, I will bring them 30 pounds of rations. I'll bring them half a block of salt. I'll bring them. Does anyone have any liquor?
Nope.
Damn it. Well, that's what I'll bring them. Does anyone have any spare gold that they want to get rid of or don't mind? I can't say this because I'm over here and I'm walking them food.
All right, you begin walking forward with this tribute, all this dried food. You walk forward. You place it. Do you get all the way up to them? You place it in front. How do you present your tribute?
I will get to here, I think. I think I have to walk at least this close. I'm going to walk like here. I will kneel down on one knee. I will place like a huge sack of food. I'll be like, "We have salted and smoked meats for you, my lords of the plain."
This large goblinoid creature walks up to inspect the goods, decides that they are worthwhile, and hoists them up underneath one of his big arms, kind of holding it like a big sack. It says, "Very good. You may leave with your lives."
That is all we could ever ask, my lords.
In Goblin. Much obliged, sir.
Be off!
Oh, yes, we'll be right. Sorry, going that way. We'll just go around a little bit. I go get my mule, and hurriedly.
They watch
they
you.
change their mind.
They watch you with interest and caution, but they quickly, you see, begin divvying up the smoked meats and rations, and are quite seemingly pleased to have them. They're very, very happy with that. And your morning continues on unmolested as you have negotiated your way past the hobgoblins. Very good.
There was a few of those guys. I wouldn't have wanted that many arrows shot at me.
Yeah, well, arrow shot at us or we all live. One or the other. We weren't going to beat them in the fight.
This was that was great. Yeah, good job.
I thought you were almost
Very
friends with
relevant
the goblin.
question here.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any salt left?
I believe
I get half a
awesome?
pound?
I believe that he gave half a pound and you bought a whole pound.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Then I have nothing to complain about. But there's no good food without some salt.
Yep. Yeah.
All right.
We also lost half our rations. But, hey, we left with our lives.
All right. You left with your lives and you continue on your journey. What is the mood like here after this encounter with the hobgoblins? Does it impact your journey at all?
Actually, feel a lot more optimistic now. I didn't expect the goblins to be so dumb. They could have just killed us and just taken everything.
No.
I didn't able to do that. So this is pretty good. You know, just I'll inquire after the amount of rations we do have left. We're not far out of town, so I imagine we have plenty still.
We have at least 3 days. If we find no food at all, we're still good for 3 more days.
Very good.
I'm
All right.
feeling somewhat exhilarated
Yeah.
after the dash through the fields and then heading back, and then Marco comes up and saves the day. There's some adrenaline pumping there.
Nice. The adrenaline is pumping. So with the adrenaline pumping and the feel good, you have moved on. The early morning fades into late morning. It is almost noon in the fields, and you are come across the sounds of pain in the field carried closer. You look around and you find yourselves 4 wild horses. These ones, not skeletal, flesh and fur and horses. You see that of them, 2 are injured. They have broken legs and are whinnying in pain. 2 other horses kind of circle around them, confused, hurt. I mean, they don't seem to be injured, but they're definitely concerned for whatever is happening to these wild horses. They
How far away are
are,
they?
huh?
How far away are they?
They
far
are
away are they?
about 150 feet away from you, off the northern path. If you wanted to just continue on north, you could leave them behind. But they're about 150 feet to the west in the plains.
So
They.
I assume it's after the hour of Long Strider, right? That's subsided. That's fine.
Yes, the Long Strider has since subsided by this point. You've traveled into almost noon, and your encounter with the Hobgoblins was in the kind of morning portion of your travels.
But it was fairly pleasant not being at the back of the column for once. So
So lore question: does magical healing have like complications? Is this bone gonna sit improperly?
It's
if
magic,
we-
man. Nah, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean that's what I figured, but just making sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Well, in which case, I'll see this and see all the kerfuffle and say, I mean, I don't know if it does much good for anything, but we could help those poor creatures.
have the horses notice us?
The horses do not seem to notice you. No, the two with broken legs appear to be in quite some amount of pain, and are braying and just seem quite injured. The other two horses are circling around them, and are like concerned. Probably they don't look injured, but they'd seem unwilling to leave their companions as they are.
I have no misgivings helping those horses. Is anyone here more trained with medicine? Because if that's the case, I would be very interested in knowing what broke those horses' leg. That seems very strange to me. 2 horses with broken legs, and they're not eaten or anything? Seems suspicious.
We fought. It's very strange. We fought 4 skeletal horses, then 4 perfectly normal horses appear the next day.
Yeah.
2 of them injured.
My D6 is like 4 apparently.
Oh, okay. Good to know that they're not like.
Maybe.
Thanks.
Maybe once we kill the skeletal horses, the normal horses could reappear. Maybe they are magically linked in some way.
Oh no, maybe that Warhammer strike was so powerful, even when they healed, their legs were broken.
Ooh.
Maybe if
If
you
so-
spook us away, the skeletal horses will reappear. Be careful.
Wait,
As
so
a
if we
wizard, I
don't-
feel obliged that these superstitions should be taken with great caution.
I don't quite understand any of this that you're talking about. The skeletal horses really reconstitute?
No.
No.
No,
How many
probably
skeletal
not.
horses
No.
have you met in your life?
Why are you
No.
talking about it then?
Because it's very strange that there are 4 exact horses, and the night before we fought 4 exact horses.
Surely that's
Two of
just
them-
random
And
chance.
like, look at that right leg. That's exactly where you struck the one that ran past you. I'm telling
No,
you,
Yeah,
there's
fair
some
enough.
kind
I
of.
struck it in the side and it burst into a hilarious amount of fragments, if I do
Are you
say so.
sure? It was
Two were
quite
struck
dark.
down. Two were struck down with a hammer. Two were brought down with magic. Now we see 2 with broken bones.
I feel like you're all
Let us
overcompensating.
investigate.
Let's
go.
It is a good deed to alleviate the animal's suffering.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yes,
you want to go ahead?
let us go. No need to make a big deal out of this, I feel.
We'll stand back.
I have magical healing, so perhaps I should just attempt to go in alone. Try to,
You may need that today.
not be threatening.
Hopefully not.
Are you a 6-foot-tall dragonborn lizard man? No offense.
Oh,
Do you- You
I
worry that the
suppose-
horses might be spooked.
well, I suppose when you put it like that, I don't think of myself as very threatening, you see.
Yes, but wild horses aren't civilized folk like you and I, and they might mistake you for a predator coming to eat them.
Do you have some skill with handling horses, Marco?
Not exceptionally, no.
I'm not exceptional, but I'm quite good at dealing with animals.
And go ahead.
how about I just let myself be known? So I walk specifically. I do not walk in front of the horses. I walk to their side so they can see me, and I will slowly approach, being like, "Hey, it's all right."
So, are you approaching the horses alone or with the party?
I let him go.
Like, is the party following? I guess more importantly, is the party following Marco's lead, and to join him, or are the party standing some distance back?
I will probably follow like 30, 40 feet behind. I will not make an effort to duck low, but I will like keep myself a bit to the side.
I let him go alone, and I would suggest that we keep a sizable enough distance that the horses wouldn't be threatened. So that
Okay, so you're staying about the same distance behind as Nerl, about 30, 40 feet.
Yeah, I'd encourage him to make it more like 60 feet, though.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'd try to do a short rest. That's fine.
All right. You approach Marco, coming kind of from the side of the horses, being slow. You make your presence known as you come. Your passive perception does not happen to be over 24, does it?
Oh shit! No, it is not.
Alrighty. Let's go ahead and switch you over here to the Howling Fields map. So I'll make sure that the stream gets it this time because I think I've been bad about that.
I am looking up.
For the record, you are looking up. Absolutely. The rest of the party, feel free to move yourself 60 feet back if you would like, from our warhorse here. You are approaching, being calm. You are watching these horses, and you are surprised a little bit when these two horses that are healthy bolt in your direction, galloping. You are able to stay out of the way. You are familiar with horses enough, and as they bash through you, during this time, you hear a cry out in Goblinoid, and from the bushes, hidden very nicely, are these large Goblinoids, very similar to the creatures that you saw earlier in the day, and they point their bows at you and unleash their arrows as you are occupied by the horses. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks coming your way.
Wonderful.
All right. This is the Hobgoblin. The first attack is a 22 to hit you. I assume that will hit.
Yeah, AC 17.
AC 17, thank you. You take 6 piercing damage from the first arrow as it strikes you. The second attack is a 12 and will bounce harmlessly off of your armor. The third is a 15, which will also bounce harmlessly off of your armor. And the final bow strike is a 19, finding soft flesh and dealing 7 additional piercing damage to you,
Bringing me
Marco.
to 0.
Ooh, you are dying and bleeding out. The rest of you see the horses burst forth and these creatures pop out of the bushes, or well, the long grasses in this case, firing arrows at your compatriot until he falls down. Everyone please roll me into initiative.
It hurts that it was exact.
That is unfortunate.
I should also roll into initiative for death saves, right?
You should roll into initiative for death saves, please. And I will have the Hobgoblins roll into initiative as well.
We do see them now, right?
You do see them. Yes, they have popped out of the bushes, and you see them. So Nerl, you have rolled a 20 for this combat. This is Tads has rolled a 3. It's already on there. Mark, Marco has rolled an 18. He's on there. Arthur has rolled a 16. He is on there. Excellent. And my hobgoblins are not on there for whatever reason. Okay. We will hobgoblin for
There's 2 Marcos for whatever reason.
15. There's 2 Marcos.
Yeah, I rolled an 8. Oh, there it goes. The 20 should be gone. I rolled an 18.
Okay. There we go. You are on there. So, the first to act after seeing this ambush take place is Neril. You've been behind Marco, watching him approach and then see him fall. What do you do?
I'm quickly saying, Arthur, get him up again, quickly. And I will move a bit, and I have to look how the distance is. Forward. There should be 15 feet. And then I will cast Sleep on the 2 hobgoblins in the north.
You will cast Sleep. All right. Go ahead and roll me a number of hit die for the goblins.
Hit points.
Or hit points. I'm sorry. Hit die in 2e.
This
25. All right. Let me have a look here. These ones actually will both go to sleep. You see your magics take effect. They slump forward in the bushes, dropping their bows as they fall asleep.
Very nice.
All right, excellent. Marco, please roll me a death saving throw.
Yeah, okay. Just because you asked nicely. Let's see.
That is one success.
Okay.
All right. Arthur, you are the next to act. You see 2 of the goblins fall asleep, and what do you do?
Well, Arthur will start striding forward through the grasses and announce to these hobgoblins, "You have made a grave mistake striking down my companion today, sirs."
Okay.
And will bonus action cast a shield of faith upon himself and pull out a javelin to make a ranged attack at this guy here with disadvantage. He's
All right.
north range.
Please make your javelin attack. It is a 13. The 13 will not hit the goblin. You see that it is well armored with chain, and there is a shield near its side that it does not have picked up at the moment because it has its long bow. But regardless, your javelin fails to penetrate its armor.
Yep. That's my turn.
All right. Now it is the creature's turns. These 2 mark a turn of sleep as they sleep in the bushes. And this one here will decide to meet your challenge. He laughs his awful laugh. And we'll move up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It cannot quite reach you. This upsets it, but it will take a bow shot anyway, keeping its shield on its back and firing. Where are you? There you are. Longbow. It rolls a 8. Unable to hit you, upset with itself. This creature is not smart enough to go wake up its companions. So instead, we'll shift over in the bush here to get a clean shot over at you, Arthur, as that is who he can see. Yeah, this rock is in the way for the other for good Nerl over there. And he will take another arrow shot at you. This one, also for an 8, unable to penetrate your armor.
These
And
rolls.
that brings us to Tads. What are you doing?
That steps up 10 feet closer. Points at the hobgoblin in front of her, starting to speak in some weird arcane language and casts Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Roll me a friendly DC 14, I think, wisdom save. Let me.
It is a wisdom save, yes. And the hobgoblin will not succeed on DC 14.
Oh, he, finding everything hilarious, he falls down, starts laughing. And,
All right,
is
and
thrown
was
with
that
the-
on? That was on this goblin here, close by. Okay. Yes, you see him immediately begin guffawing in a horrible screeching voice. He lays his bow down and laughs and rolls on the ground. All right.
And then with 15 more movement, I walk behind the stone.
Okay, you walk behind the stone. Very nice. Nerl, it is your turn. What do you do?
That goblin south of the two sleeping couldn't see me for the shot, but I saw it running there, right?
Sure, yeah.
Then I will move the horses are gone now.
The horses
assume they're
have
bolted?
bolted. They're basically off the screen.
Okay, then I will move a bit, like so I can see him. Well, no, I know where he ran. So here probably. I only need to see like a sliver of him.
Okay.
So I'm not quite sure. He probably here, somewhere like, so I can look like below that rock,
That looks like line of sight to me.
and then I will. I don't want him to wake anyone up, so I will magic missile him.
All right, you fire magic missiles. Please roll damage for me.
No.
Oh, 9! You pelt him with magical missiles. It yelps in pain and still stays in the bush with its bow drawn. Excellent. Marco, please make me a death saving throw. That is... Oh, did you...
That's a 1.
That's a
Just
1.
So one.
All right,
Fail.
that is 2 failures and a single success, which brings us to Arthur.
Please save me.
Right.
You see
Seems I got
the
here just in time.
yeah.
I'll walk over 15 feet, place a hand on Marco's chest here, and pump 9 points of lay on hands into him.
Okay.
It's giving him 9 health, and as I see his eyes flickering open, I'll, with my hand still on his chest, I'll say, "Just lie here so you don't get shot too much again." And then I'll move onwards. That guy's laughing, but yeah, I should probably finish dealing with this laughing one.
Okay.
Right,
Also
that's my
prone.
turn.
That is your turn. It is the Hob Goblins' turn. I'm trying to figure out if this Hobgoblin that's laughing gets a saving throw at the end of its turn or not.
At
It
the
makes
end of the
another saving throw at the end of its turn. Okay, so we'll deal with that afterwards. This one here has been injured and now has line of sight on Nerl and decides it must go. And will line up its longbow shot here. And we'll roll a 4. It critically misses. In fact, it shoots the horse in front of it. It doesn't line up the shot very well. And the horse whinnies in further pain and is now struck with a hobgoblin bow. This other hobgoblin is still asleep, as is the other one. Its counter goes down, and we will have a save versus the laughing spell at the end of its turn. For 15! Alright, this hobgoblin finishes guffawing at the end of its turn. I believe it's still prone. It doesn't get a chance to move, but it is no longer under the effect of the spell. Taz, you see all this happen. What do?
I again start my hands moving and blowing ice cold air towards the prone goblin. So because he's prone, it's at a disadvantage, I think, because it's a ranged spell attack.
Yes, that is correct.
And second, and then afterwards I run 40 feet off the map,
Off the map.
trying to find cover if possible.
Alright, go ahead and make your attack roll at disadvantage. No, your Ray of Frost strikes the ground around him, but you are unable to get a good angle on it and hit him properly. And then you run off looking for more cover behind the map here. Neryl, you have seen the effects of the laughing spell wear off, and you have been shot at, although very ineffectually, by another hobgoblin. What do?
Status update. Do they? What's with the two hobgoblins? Are they both lying down, or what's
These over here? Yeah, they slumped forward and like their bows fell.
Well, they're sleeping. They're still sleeping. I mean, the two that are still up.
What about him? This guy is.
Are they lying down?
This guy is prone on the ground, and he is ceased
one?
laughing. This one is like crouched, like in a half stand. He's in an archer's stance to fire. He doesn't count as prone.
But I should be able to just get a normal attack roll on him, right?
Yep.
Okay, then I think for that I have to move a bit further south, and I'll move a bit closer to Marco. So.
Okay.
And then I will let me quickly look up the range of fireball.
120 feet.
20 feet.
Yeah, plenty.
You're well within firebolt range.
Oh, we've lost a camera, by the way.
Have we lost a camera? Oh no.
I don't know. It's maybe I had to turn it off or something.
Okay. Well, hopefully DC code comes back here.
I will roll damage. Well, an attack roll, does that hit?
The 15 does hit. No, I am sorry. Yes, it does. He doesn't have his shield. He's using his longbow. This does hit. For 5 points of fire that erupts around him. This one is dead. This fire erupts around the hobgoblin, killing it, and it slumps forward, burning a little bit as it does. Excellent. Marco, you have been brought back to life by the healing touch of the paladin. The last thing you remember was getting shot from all over by arrows. What do?
Stand up. I look right. I look left. I see that Arthur's fighting Hobgoblin. I will walk over. Is it still prone?
It is still prone. Please roll its advantage for a melee attack.
So I start with 1.
An 11, that will miss. You are unable
How is this
to.
even possible?
Well, the armor that they wear is nice chain, and it is quite effective.
All right. Well, the second one hits.
The second one, however, does penetrate. Go ahead and roll me some damage. 4 points of damage. Your war pick comes up bloody. The creature snarls in pain, and it is Arthur's turn.
So this guy used to be hilariously laughing, but then like Arthur strolled up, looming over him, and he stops laughing, and he looks up, and Arthur viciously brings down a warhammer upon him.
Okay.
Critically hitting him.
Critically hitting him, yes.
I don't think he needs a smite.
Doesn't need a smite? Okay.
Yeah.
19 points of damage will slay this hobgoblin. It is munched by a war pick and then a warhammer in quick succession. And it is dead. All right. There are 2 more hobgoblins remaining. They are asleep for the next, like, almost a minute. Yeah,
I start to go wander off to find them.
All right.
I would also say, quickly, it's not lasting long. and we'll.
Should we try to
I'm
tie one up
assuming
to
we are
the-
not
to talk to
really
him?
turn order right now.
Oh yeah,
It's
we're kidnapped.
3 or 4 turns. They'll still sleep for like 30 more seconds. So it's somewhat time critical, but.
All right. I think. Do we all just prepare a spell attack on this one, and then we'll kidnap the other one?
If you want him alive,
We
I
should
would just.
interrogate him.
We should try to knock him out, not just murder him.
I mean, we have 2, so I'm saying kill one, spare the other.
Yes, but we incapacitate one and we capture the other one. No need to kill him. Well,
Arthur, with all due respect,
no.
if these people staged an ambush to shoot the first
we're
people
running
they
out
came
of time.
across,
Let's just hit him. I hit him.
we hit him.
I assume in concert with everybody else.
Okay.
If you're trying to kill him, then I will go to cut the one's neck that I'm. They're all standing around the same, I assume.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but by the looks of it.
Okay, so everyone go ahead and roll
Boy.
at advantage. A hit will be a critical for damage.
I was gonna non-lethally hit him.
Okay.
But I non-lethally critical him for 10 damage.
Non-lethally critical him for 10 damage.
I do not. I pierce him for 11.
Okay. This guy is definitely at 0 HP from all this non-lethal stabbing and freezing and bludgeoning.
I don't think
mine
my
wasn't
brain is
non-lethal.
non-lethally. Yeah.
Okay, so
Not
only
yet.
10 of that was non-lethal?
Yeah.
I did we didn't talk this through. I assumed we killed him.
All right. Well, with the 25
that attacked
points
us, I thought
of
so.
non-lethal damage will be enough to lethally end this one's life.
Mm-hmm.
Walk over to this one and I start like trying to. Do we have rope?
So we capture this one.
I have some on the mule, but the mule's a little while away. I'll just start to relieve him of his weapons.
I have some rope on me, actually.
Okay.
50 feet of hempen rope. That should be plenty.
You relieve the hobgoblin of its weapons and you tie it up. Excellent. After a minute or so, it wakes up, relieved of its weapons and hog-tied by all of you. It immediately begins straining and stretching and trying to get out of the ropes.
In Goblin. Oh yes, I know. Just calm down now. Hello there. I'm Arthur. Who are you?
I am me. Release me at once, and I will kill you all.
Oh yes. I mean, yes. You just tried to do that. See, and you totally ambushed my friends. You probably crippled these horses for some reason to set up this ambush. That's pretty fucked up, man.
Good bait gets good game. Good bait gets good game. Yes. Now release me at once.
Am I the bait or the game in this scenario?
Who actually speaks Goblin here? Do we all speak Goblin?
Marco and Arthur.
Okay.
Just
I
sort of in the
don't understand
background.
anything that's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
So at a
no.
point where Marco's not like the focus in like the dialogue, I would just tip him like on the arm and ask how if he's well. Are you okay?
No. I just got shot with 2 arrows in the chest and almost died by a bunch of people who.
I saw that. My paladin proved pretty effective, so. But we'll
Yes.
try to get some rest soon.
I'm actually less angry at the hobgoblins and more angry at Arthur for when he healed me and he said, "Stay on the ground."
I was merely looking out for your well-being, but we're getting distracted. I turned
True.
back to the hobgoblin. Has he stopped struggling yet?
He doesn't strain at his bonds anymore. He is well tied and can't get out.
All right, continuing in Goblin. Right, so, where'd you come from? What are you doing here?
This is my home. I'm hunting.
Well,
Hunting
this
you.
isn't your home.
You must
see,
have
'cause
many
this is-
treasures. Unleash me. I will kill you and take your treasure.
Why? I just beat you up like I beat up all your friends.
Arthur, they just want to kill and steal. That's literally all they want.
I mean,
I say
Do
in
you
common.
talk between yourselves also in Goblin, or do you switch in common?
I switch
you
to
talk.
common when I say that to Arthur. I'm like, Arthur, I know you like to believe in the better nature of people, but these people love to murder the people who believe in the better nature of people. So you need to trust me when I say that these people need to be put in a grave.
That I agree with. But I want to know, like, were they here the whole time waiting for some adventurers to
Yes.
stumble by?
Yes.
Is that like a successful tactic? They come here regularly, like every day?
We already established yesterday that goblins are stupid.
I think, I mean, there must be other creatures out here which they could ambush. I think I heard tale of an ogre or something that was just like beating badgers over the head or something.
Who in their right mind would ambush an ogre? Seems like a really dumb thing to do.
I
guess
mean,
it's
4
goblins.
hobgoblins could probably do it.
Or not.
Anything else we have to ask him?
I kind of want to. Arthur,
I say in Goblin, all right, sir. Do you have some camp around here? You give me information, and I will let you out of your bonds and give you an honorable death.
Yes! Now free me! And I will kill you!
Where is it?
Arthur,
Where's the
let
camp?
me try. In fact, could you go over there for a little bit? I want to ask him some very personal questions, and I don't really want you to overhear.
We're having a civil discussion here. You don't need to bring threats of torture into it.
I didn't say torture.
No, you didn't, but you very clearly implied it. No,
That's fair.
as I was saying, he was just about to divulge the direction your camp is in. I assume there's a bunch of you guys.
That way!
How many of you are there?
Many! More than you.
Like dozens? Do you know what a dozen is, sir?
Many.
Give us an exact number.
He thinks. You can see him like trying to come up with a number. He says 5,000. Yes, many.
You know, you're really bad at giving accurate information.
Free me, I will give better information.
Are you done? I'm
mean-
asking to him.
I guess. I don't think he told me the truth about which way his camp was.
He
Or the
also
number.
is hogtied and could not point, so he just
All
said
right.
that way.
I minor
Then let
illusion
us
some
get rid
torture
of them.
devices in my hands. Just casually while they're talking. Just a rack and some sort of sledgehammer. I just go through my entire mental list. In fact, I have read through, I don't know, Taras' tome of torture, and I'll just go through the entire list of all the devices that they were listed there and try to reproduce them in illusions. And I'm
I
trying
will
to try not to
translate.
go with the goblin and wink at him.
I'll translate in Goblin as he's showing the items. I'll be like, "This is the hammer we used to break your toes in the wrong direction. This is the thing we used to pull out your teeth."
All right. I think that the translation will count as assisting, and the images of torture implements definitely seem like an intimidation to me. You were using magic to intimidate him. I'm not sure that's so much a charisma thing. What attribute do you think corresponds with magically producing torture implements to a hobgoblin?
Well, you want to make them look nice, right? So you need the details all fine. I think intelligence makes a lot of sense.
I think so too, because I'm recalling things specifically from a book that I read.
All right. Please make me an intelligence intimidation check at advantage.
Hey, I'm proficient in intimidation, so it'll just be a bit intelligence.
All right. Oh, it is
Ooh.
very effective. You see
You
the
remember my
hobgoblins. You see the hobgoblin's eyes go wide. You see it doesn't doesn't want to be tortured. It doesn't want its legs to be broken in the wrong way or whatever else was translated to it. You think you have successfully cowed the creature.
Marco, could you please ask Mr. Goblin here whether he would be willing to divulge the information that we are looking for? I'm not particularly sure about what you're actually talking about, but I just got the vibes.
I'll let Arthur ask his questions. He'll answer now.
All right. Like I was saying, there's a camp of you somewhere, and there's probably a few of you. How many? And which way? West, east?
It like nods its head vaguely into a northerly direction. It says that way. 2 days. Many hobgoblins. Don't know. Many. More than you. Many more.
Yeah, more than us, but like a few dozen. You know.
It shakes its head. Many.
Sure, but like tens, many, or like just.
You can't count.
I
Arthur.
don't know. Just many.
How many came with you on this group?
It looks around. It counts. 4.
How many fours are at camp?
Many 4s.
At least 4.
More than 4 4s.
More
What's
than
your
4
camp
4s.
look like? Is it like do you have like a structure you camp in? Do you have a
Yes.
king or something?
Yes.
And what, does he have his own castle?
No.
What does your camp look like?
It
Just
is
ordinary tents?
no. It is big, tall, long, made of stone and wood.
Well, right. I start on time.
All right, I'll
Good.
take a step back so you can do your one-on-one duel.
I would protest. What are you doing? They tried to kill us, and
Oh, he's not letting him go. He's
He
letting
gave
him
us the
pick up a
information.
weapon.
I'm gonna give him his weapon. I'm gonna give him his shield, and then I'm gonna fight him.
I thought if he gives us the information, we will not torture him. But do what you wish, as long as he's dead at the end.
Well, either he will be or I will be.
Yeah.
All right, you untie him, and he like immediately scuttles away and begins looking for his weapons.
I hand him-
I hand him his longsword and I hand him his shield.
Excellent. You hand him the longsword and shield. He picks them up and immediately attacks you. He wants
He
you
doesn't
dead.
even put his shield on.
You handed it to him, and he just goes for it.
All right.
All right.
Initiative?
Yes,
Between the two
please
of us?
roll me some initiative. Is the rest of the party ganging up on this hobgoblin, or is this just a manly duel to the death?
Well, I can do it.
No, I-
Arthur
you-
insisted.
Can I
sorry,
use
continue.
Ray of Frost to freeze the ground? Just to make it slippery around the Hobgoblin instead of like hitting him directly?
Sure. Go ahead and roll into initiative then.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not
I will
directly
just
interfering.
watch this, and if it looks like Arthur's losing, then I won't intervene, but not before.
Okay, but not before. All right. So your attempt to freeze the ground will come before Marco is rolling in. Okay. We'll just put everybody in the initiative. That is fine. So Marco's a 19, Hobgoblin's a 16, Arthur is a 9, perfect, 10 and 19, this looks right. Okay, nope, wrong way, descending order. So Neryl, you were the first to go.
It's still old initiative. I'm not in
You were
it
not in
anymore.
it. Oh, you didn't even roll into it.
No,
Yeah, you can
I'm
just
not
roll
quite
and
sure
then
how
I'll
I
roll.
did.
All right, Neryl's watching this go down. Marco, you're the first to act as the hobgoblin gets his gear and makes to attack Arthur.
I'm just gonna cure light wounds myself. Get ready in case Arthur goes down and I have to deal with it.
Go ahead and heal yourself for your cure light wounds. 11.
Oh, a good roll.
Wow.
Very nice. The Hobgoblin goes next. Arthur, you've handed it its sword. It picks it up. It's so excited to attack you, and does so immediately with a 12. I don't believe that hits your armor. Yeah. And
I have 21 AC if my protective barrier is still up.
This was a long conversation.
More than a
10
minute,
minutes. I think it probably is still up, but it's getting on its last legs.
Cool. Well, that seems to be him done.
All right, Tads, you are up next. I think you wanted to freeze the ground.
And since it's covered in, well, since there's high grass, I assume it would rather be freezing into the grass in some way, because I can't really aim at the ground, which I can't see.
Sure, you create a difficult terrain for the combatants. What is your spell save DC?
14.
14. All right. The combatants on their turn will have to make a dexterity check, DC 14, in order to attack normally without disadvantage to fight their opponents on this now slippery, frozen ground you've created.
I'd argue that Arthur has advantage on it because he's not really standing in the tall grass as much as the goblin itself is in the tall grass, while Arthur's just like the tips of his toes are in it.
You want to... Okay, all right, go ahead and make an attack roll, DC 12, to target it in such a way that Arthur is not immune to the ice.
Yep, that seems fair.
All right, you do, and the Hobgoblin is surrounded by ice while Arthur is kept quite clean. Arthur, your turn. What shall you do?
I path down a little. I look over my shoulder and give him a dirty look, and I ready an attack to see if this ice is gonna hinder the Hobgoblin.
Okay, you ready an attack?
And if it does, then I won't attack.
Marco, it is your turn again. Are you still watching this unfold?
I'll shout over to Arthur. Would blessing you be breaking your one-on-one duel, or is that fine?
Don't waste it.
I not.
It's just one guy.
I ready a pickaxe, a war pick, in case he runs this direction for any reason.
Okay. The Hobgoblin is slipping and sliding in the ice. Oh, I'll roll it in roll 20. He makes a dexterity saving throw against DC 14. He meets it. He's managed to find firm ground in the ice and attack the paladin in front of him. I believe that you had a readied attack at this point.
Yeah, so he manages to find some firm ground and he sits steadily to meet my attack, so I'm comfortable enough smacking at him.
The 17 will hit. Yes. For 7 bludgeoning damage. You bludgeon this creature. It crouches down in the ice a little bit to make sure its footing is solid, and then retaliates, gripping its sword in 2 hands. With a 6. All right. Tads, you see this unfold in front of you. Do you wish to intervene any further?
I conjure up the image of a clapping bystander wax figure, which is painted, as you can't create the image of a person just clapping, being excited as the audience.
All right, there's an audience for the duel. Very nice. Arthur, you have once again taken the initiative in your duel. What do you do?
Yeah, this guy's having a bad day. Let's put him out of his misery.
All right.
I missed.
No, the 13 is not enough. He parries away your blow, while still managing to keep his footing on the ice. All right.
Yep, that's all.
Okay, Marco, still watching?
Yep, just skip me. I'm ready to attack if he runs.
All right. The Hobgoblin grips the sword once again in 2 hands, feet firmly planted in the ice, and will roll to hit with a 7! This Hobgoblin just really wants you dead, and it can't happen. The clapping continues, I assume, from the mannequin?
Yes.
All right.
Well, it can't move, right? But it's
boy.
Arthur,
Clicking
you
them in.
critically fail to strike the creature. The blow is parried aside deftly and accurately. The creature attacks again.
Getting clumsy in my form. Too confident.
Oh no, he's also
Oh, boy.
clumsy. He's so clumsy, in fact, he slips and falls down to one knee in the ice. He's gonna have to save again against the effects of the ice. Arthur, this thing is down on one knee in front of you. It is prone. You have advantage to attack.
I ready an attack. Wait for him to get up.
Ooh. Alright, you ready your attack. The Hobgoblin uses its movement to stand. It is now fully standing, although it has not saved against the ice. Do you attack now?
Yeah, well, I'll attack him now.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit. With a 20 and 11 bludgeoning damage, you break the creature's jaw, and it falls and dies. Alright. You are once again left with these injured horses. Their legs broken, one of them bleeding from an arrow wound to the torso. The kind of... screaming is a harsh word, but they're definitely bleating, crying out in pain. But otherwise, the plains are still once again.
Well, this has been an exciting day. I'll put my warhammer back in its belt loop.
At least you didn't get senselessly injured during this duel.
Wouldn't have been senseless. We sent him off in the way he wanted.
Who
That's what attempt
cares?
to prop
They
up the
ambushed
corpses of
us. Sorry.
in a way. Sorry, Tats will attempt to prop up the corpses of the villains in a way that it looks like they themselves were the ones that killed each other. So
I mean,
one scimitar and the other.
It's not gonna work because we're taking all their shit. I don't.
Are we?
Like,
Like, what do they really
No.
have on them? Like longbows?
they got naked and started punching each other with splash wounds and arrow wounds and magic wounds.
Oh, we will have like one of them have the scimitar in his hands.
Alright, so
We
you
have the other
strip down the creatures, you pose them in a combat, and you are going to look through what they have.
Specifically
Yeah.
two of them, and the other ones, I will lead the horses to trample them down. So it looks like someone lost control over the horses, and then the other two fought about it.
All right, you stage a terrifying scene of Hobgoblin falling out and despair. The Hobgoblins themselves did carry some amount of treasures. As you go through these bodies, you find that they have nice chain, nice shields, a long sword, a long bow. Between the four of them, they carried gemstones and trinkets of various sizes and perfections. All of them the kind of blues and turquoises that kind of remind you of opal. The gemstones together are worth 200 GP of value, and they weigh 5 pounds to carry. The kind of one of these hobgoblins, whoever might have been the captain of it, also has a trinket wrapped around his neck. There is a large talon that is clearly that of some kind of avian predator, about the size of a dirk or a dagger, that has been pierced at the root of it, and roped around his neck with a leather cord. The talon itself is inlaid with silver, and the runic kind of language of the hobgoblin is readable to you that read goblin as a protective charm. Wearing it will allow you to have +1 to any physical saving throw, dex, con, or strength.
I'll give it to Arthur.
It's a very impressive piece. This is a huge talon.
Anyone have
I don't
any
think a
complaints
goblin.
about?
I think a goblin could have created this. He must have looted it from somewhere.
Well, it's got the runes on it, so, I mean...
Don't
Not
underestimate
right.
them. Especially not an area that has that much magic as this one. But what about these? And point over to the horses that are still probably in pain and screaming and all kinds of
yes.
stuff.
One of these in particular has been shot by an arrow, so I'll start to circle around, just try to carefully go up to him to try to not spook him or get attacked by a hoof.
These horses have their legs broken and have been in pain. Even if you were to startle them, they would not be able to hoof you to death.
And I'll cast a Cure Wounds upon this horse.
Okay. You magically bind its wounds, setting its broken legs, and this horse immediately leaps up and
I immediately
runs,
try to leap out of the
runs
way.
away. Yeah, it doesn't run through you, but it gets away and charges off into the plains.
I'll heal the other one.
All right, you set its legs, cast a Cure Wounds spell, and it does much the same, rushing off into the plains.
Yes, well, this is
Do we want
actually
to
some
rest for a
very
while?
nice armor, and longbows as well are quite expensive, so we probably shouldn't let all this stuff go to waste.
Oh yeah, I take one longbow and I say this is mine, and there's 4, so we can each get one.
Absolutely. Go ahead and add as many longbows, long swords, or hobgoblin chain that you wish to your character sheets. The weights will be the same as the base equipment says in the book.
How much
How large
weight
are
do you
the
have on Theo?
hobgoblins?
They're larger than man-sized, but they're not large creatures. They're stood 7 to 8 feet
So-
tall.
Could the chainmail be retrofitted to fit a human, for example? Like, would it
Because
affect
it's
the price?
chain very specifically, yes.
Chain is
You
super
can wear the chain even if it's too long, cinch it with a belt or something. And
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, Dre.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I was just wondering how much weight you guys have put on Theo, because he's gonna start getting encumbered. all
Yeah,
this
what
chainmail.
point would Theo be encumbered? Because mules can carry
280.
280.
I have
Is
73 pounds on him. I didn't give you my stuff. Sorry.
Oh, okay. If you have 73, he's currently at like 180. Oh wait, he lost a lot of pounds from the rations we gave up.
Yeah, like
We gave up.
30 pounds of rations.
15,
Did right?
you said.
Yeah, and he
Right?
can carry.
No, I
for-
gave 30 pounds of rations.
Yeah,
No, no,
15
no.
So, like,
I,
40
even-
pounds.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Even if he's lightly encumbered, he will still move at movement speed 30, right? Because he has base
Yeah.
40. That's fine.
The upside
You
of the
can get-
mule is that it can become lightly encumbered and it's still fine for you. But if you were lightly encumbered, it would change your movement.
Yep. So it sounds like we'll only be able to bring one set of chainmail. Otherwise, we're going to get encumbered.
How much does the chainmail weigh?
55.
All right, 55. Sorry, I'm adding everything up. 6. Right. So while I'm adding this up, can you guys talk about something?
Yeah. So 5 pounds of gemstones. I don't know. We might as well split the cash value now, because
I think
As soon
that
as we
this might be a good time to take a break. I know that I have not been taking breaks with Land Beyond the Mist currently, but I think it's probably a good idea to have bio breaks and stuff. Plus, I need one. So why
I
don't
would have
you?
requested one.
Yeah, why don't you add some weight up and split some gemstones if you'd like, and I'm gonna go ahead and take the stream to like a 5-minute break, and we can bio break, get some water, do whatever, and we'll be back on the other side with the rest of the adventure.
right?
Awesome.
Okay.
And welcome back to the Land Beyond the Mist, everyone. Thank you for hanging out with a break there. Always nice to get a little bio in, get a little extra drink. So, you have all looted the hobgoblins. You have loaded up your donkey to, or not, well, donkey, mule, same thing, to the point of heavy encumbrance, but have not quite by half a pound. Well done. And you are ready to continue on the rest of your day. You've had 2 encounters through the first kind of 2 portions of the day, so a hefty travel at the moment. Are you continuing at the same pace, continuing north? What's the goal there, Mr. Navigator?
I think we gotta keep going north. We gotta reach that monastery.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Should we all take longer or short rest, guys, or I think we should just keep marching?
Rest would be really good.
All right, you spend 10 minutes patching up your wounds, resting here after dealing with the hobgoblins and the horses, and you can spend any number of hit dice up to 1/2 of your total to regain HP, and you recover any of your class features tied to a short rest.
Yeah,
That will be
will
using
us
a
get one spell
recovery.
slot back.
Same.
I get nothing. Hooray.
Can you say something you got again?
Can I say something again? What?
Oh, decode. Sorry.
Just said I too used arcane recovery. To
Okay. You're a bit quiet to me, I think.
Is that something you guys concur with, or?
Not on my end.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know.
You can right-click him in Discord.
Yeah, if he's
and
quiet on your end compared to everyone else, you can
I will
right-click him.
just turn it up on my side. That's okay.
Pull him up. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. So you've taken a short rest. You have healed up. You've regained some spell slots for the casters, and you're continuing on north. Same slow pace.
Yep.
All right. You begin moving slowly and cautiously through the plains after having some nasty encounters along the way. Your afternoon is pretty much unmolested. You're able to make good time across the fields, traveling your miles. And it is as it is turning into evening that Marco T. Miner,
Yes.
you notice that off to the east of your path north, not too far, probably about 50 or 60 feet, there is a shrine in the middle of the plains. The large grasses grow up to the foot of it, minus a small ring where the grasses stop growing. And there's a stone pedestal there. The shrine that seems to have the shape of a person's bust. You could go investigate it if you wanted, but it would be off the beaten trail ever so slightly.
You know, last time I saw a strange thing standing in the middle of the grasslands, I didn't have a great time.
I do not
But-
have. Oh, go ahead.
If we ignore every strange thing we meet along the path, then we'll probably miss a lot.
Yeah, I sort of agree, but, you know, just warning everyone.
You
Sort
still
of
don't.
like-
Go ahead.
Is the land behind the shrine sort of flat? Can I see whether there's something behind it? Or...
Yeah, you stop and kind of look, and it does just appear as if the shrine is by itself in the middle of this field.
Cat is intrigued and she will slowly walk over.
All right.
Draw a longbow?
Ever so vigilant, so...
As you approach the shrine, you see what appears to be just kind of like the statue of a featureless person on top of the pedestal. The pedestal itself is worn with the ravages of time. Some moss grows over it. It's pocked and marked and cracked. However, the featureless person atop it bears none of the marks of time. The person is cross-legged in the statue atop their pedestal, and their hands are cupped out in front of them in the beggar's pose. But the face on the the face on the statue is completely blank. It's featureless. doesn't seem like it has been worn away or erased by time. It just seems as if it was always this way.
Cat turns around and shouts to the party, "One moment, please." Opens a magic book, a spell book, goes through the specific lines, and starts going through the motion to ritual cast the magic spell.
Okay.
This entire time,
I will
have
probably
my
do the
longbow
same
drawn.
as I see you doing that. I go a bit away, so I'm not disturbing your ritual while you're doing that, but...
Okay. You stand a bit away to watch the ritual, trying to keep a safe distance. What are the other two of you doing during the 10 minutes of this ritual casting?
Yeah, I'd want to look over it. It's not got inscriptions.
No inscriptions are on it at all.
Yeah, I've traveled a bit throughout the lands on the other sides of the mountains, and generally I'm quite a religious person. I'd like to know if maybe I've seen anything around that's this sort of religious symbology specifically.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a religion check here. And this is intelligence religion, I think. Because you are recalling specifically.
Wow.
So you have rolled
A
a
20.
natural 20. You are unfamiliar with this as any religion in the South. You are quite certain that this statue does not depict any religious sect or god that you are familiar with, but it does strike you as a religious shrine. You think that this must be some kind of religious figure. It doesn't. You look it over and you're quite certain that this is not the pose of a god, but this is some kind of religious figure from the past that never made its way south of the mist. Must be a northern folklore or northern religious figure.
Can we
Alright,
discern from the pose whether it's a more combative kind of person or whether
He
there's
has
something
his
nurturing
arms.
about it?
His arms stretched out in the beggar's pose, and is sitting cross-legged. It doesn't appear to be a warrior or a combatant of any kind.
Arthur, I know you're doing the spreadsheet gold thing, right? You're doing that, and you've divided that all up?
I have it all waiting to be divvied back at town, yeah.
Would the four of you be comfortable putting a gemstone in the open palms? He's in the beggar's pose, right?
That's what I was thinking. Figured we should at least wait to see what our wizard over there sees about it, though.
Oh,
If
absolutely.
our ritual's finished, do we see something magical?
Alright, your ritual finishes and detect magic flares, and sure enough, there is a faint aura of magic around the statue itself. Not the pedestal, but the featureless person sitting atop of it. The magic is one of enchantment.
Does the magic is on the statue? Is the pedestal worn away?
Yes, the
Or, like,
pedestal is
eroded with
pocked and grown over with moss and cracked. Definitely bears the markings of time.
Enchantment, like, saying to Ted, two-sided sword, I think, what this could be. Either this is just enchantment to keep the statue going, or it may charm someone.
Well,
Depends who's being charmed, I guess. Whether it's a
Okay.
bad thing.
Can I put my weapons down?
Mm-hmm.
I think I pull one of the gemstones out.
Okay.
And I think Marco isn't being very smart here, but he puts all his weapons down. He has nothing to attack with. He walks over with the gemstone and he places it in the palm. And then, like,
All
just...
right. You place the gemstone in the palm of the statue, where it sits for a brief moment. Not even a full second passes. And deep inside of Marco's head, you hear words, as if they were spoken, but you know very specifically that they are in your head, and they are not something you're hearing out loud. And the words simply say, Your sacrifice is not accepted. And the gemstone begins to dissolve in front of your eyes, and it disappears.
Only Marco hears that, right?
Yeah, only I hear
Only
it,
Marco
and
hears it in his head. Yeah.
I say to the party, it said that the sacrifice was not accepted and destroyed it. It might want something else. We shouldn't just keep putting things in there, or we could offend whatever this statue is. We need to learn more. I walk away, I pick up my weapons, and I bow to the statue.
Okay.
Wait, can I also, in my head, say, what sacrifice would you desire?
You attempt to communicate with thought, and you wait for an imperceptible moment, but no answer recovers.
Marco, sorry, go ahead.
Let's go over with the little knife and her hand and droplets of blood.
If we put the wrong thing, we could offend it.
You place.
I take a step back.
It's too late. Tats does it, and Tats falls down and does the dagger's pose herself.
You drop blood into the open hands of the featureless statue in front of you, and much like Marco, you hear a voice deep in your own head, as if the words were spoken, but they were not spoken out loud. Your sacrifice is not accepted. And sure enough, the blood that you have pressed into the hands of the statue begins to kind of boil and dissolve until it is as if it was never touched by your blood at all.
Wait. Before you do anything, Marco, how far... Have you any idea how far away we are from the monastery? You've guided us so far. Maybe the statue is belonging to this monastery. Just one statue on the outskirts. If that's the case, we might find more information there.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. I don't think we should just randomly sacrifice things. We could offend whatever this statue is, and it could curse us forever, instantly killing us and melting our flesh. I don't know why you would continue to do this.
That seems more like necromancy. But,
yeah, but it could enchant you to, for example, bow at its feet for all eternity until you wither away and die. That's perfectly within the realm, and there's nothing we could do to help you.
I will go up to the statue. And, the hands are like outstretched, basically like this. Yeah.
Yes.
Does it look like I don't know? There's any particular grooves in it that are like a certain shape, or maybe some? It seems like most things that go into it are melted away, so there's probably not any residue. But
no. The most notable feature of the statue is its featurelessness. Other than being a person that is sitting cross-legged, the face has no features. The hands themselves have very few features other than to identify them as hands. There is no identifying clothing on it. The ravages of time, anything that has touched it seems to have disappeared, and as if they had never touched it to begin with.
Is it human? Recognizably so?
It seems to be human, but the lack of features make it so that it could be a dwarf or an elf or an orc, but it vaguely is humanoid.
The voice that I heard of, was it noticeably gendered in some way, or was it like a in-between voice that could be either male or female?
It is noticeably lacking in any feature at all. It is ungendered, unremarkable in any way other than being unremarkable.
And secondly, since I heard the voice in my head and I'm familiar with this kind of magic, I will attempt to pass the message, targeting the statue and asking or whispering over what it is you desire.
You attempt to whisper back with it in magic. What spell do you cast?
Message spell.
Message. So. That's right. You said message. You cast your message asking it what you want, what you desire. And you don't hear a message back. You're very certain that your message reached your target. You're certain that it was heard by the statue, but no message is returned.
That says, well, I thought about everything I could do here. Do we want to move on, or anything else you want to do?
It's a blank, featureless statue. Perhaps that is what it desires. Simply nothing.
Maybe we
good
should
enough.
dress it up like a doll. Maybe give it
Or
a helmet.
maybe it wants
Maybe
us to
that's
give up.
personality.
That's definitely likely to offend whatever being this is. If it's,
No,
Well, it
maybe
doesn't-
it's featureless and desires features.
perhaps, I don't know.
But would it stretch out its hands then? That seems for me a spot specific.
I will walk over with my chalk and draw a little mustache on the statue.
Oh my god.
I will stop you. I will not allow this to happen.
Not a good
I-
idea.
You know what? I don't know if I can stop you.
Like he reaches past me with the chalk and I grab his arm and I'm like, what are you... This is an awful idea.
It seems your party wishes to stop you from drawing on the statue with chalk. Do
Definitely.
you
I'm not smart enough to
let them
actually
do you let
stop
them
you,
stop you, or is this going to be something that you try to push through and do anyway?
I trust the paladin.
Okay.
I'll
All
let him
right.
hold me.
So you reach out
And
with
the-
your chalk in hand and are grabbed and prevented from drawing on this crazy statue.
We don't have enough proof that desecrating the statue is what it wants. So I think the safe bet is non-desecration.
The pedestal's not. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Greg, there are some robotic chatters that you may want to take care of.
I actually don't have the knowledge on how to do that. I'd have to stop the stream and look up how to remove
Okay,
them.
sorry. Then,
And I
never
don't
mind.
have any mods. So my general theory when that happens is to ignore it. Unless it's really pervasively a
viewers are
problem.
intelligent enough to not fall for that.
Yeah.
So,
It must be the work of the offended god.
It could be.
Okay. Can I borrow the chalk? And I want to write on the pedestal, which is non-magical. No gold, no blood.
Okay.
it's not
Just
gonna
for
stay
future
there.
parties, if they come across this, they know not to sacrifice gold or blood.
So you
No gem, no blood. We didn't try
you
gold.
write
yeah.
in chalk on the pedestal, scrape off some of the moss growing on it, get a nice space, and nothing happens. You have clearly labeled no gold, no chalk on the pedestal of the statue. Or no blood, no gold.
Yep. Just for future parties. So if they.
I would definitely Ted's point out that it's gems that we tried, not gold. Actually,
I hand you the chalk.
Cross it
Okay,
out
I-
like gem on top.
I'll
much
use prestidigitation and clean up
10 or
the
25
area
gold?
and then write it again in common.
Because we've lost it now. Was it like a 10 gold gem?
So the gem itself, let's see. It was of the 200 GP worth. This particular gemstone was worth 4 gold.
Great.
Okay.
That's why they call me the negotiator.
Well, nothing for it but to move on, I suppose.
Alright.
I do not. There's nothing here that indicates anything. So, maybe the monastery has answers. If this is closed, it may belong to the monastery itself. We'll see.
Hmm.
Otherwise, we can still come by on our way back.
Okay.
If we find it again, I say, looking around at the empty, featureless grasslands.
Yep. Not particularly easy to find your way through the Howling Fields. Not a lot of landmarks. All right. So you leave the statue alone and continue on your journey. The pace, I assume, doesn't change, and you continue on. The day starts turning in towards evening, and you think you're going to need to start looking for a place to stay when on the horizon, sure enough, you see a building beginning to rise out of the horizon, out of the plains in front of you. You see what is a large building, probably of wood and stone. It's about 60 feet wide, and as you can tell, it's about twice that in length away from you. As you approach it, you see that it was probably once a gorgeous piece of monasterial architecture. There are still kind of gargoyles and places for windows and stained glass, but it now lies kind of in ruins. The patches of the timber ceiling have caved inwards, adding a strange, slouching character to the building. The arches and the stonework that adorn the walls and windows are cracked, crumbling, and worn. Nonetheless, the building stands and seems to be a pretty good bulwark against creatures or the elements. As you continue approaching it, you see at the either side of the double door entrance of the monastery, there are two humans. They seem to be dressed in an all black kind of garb. It looks like armor of some kind. And they are lounging upon the remains of two stone gargoyles, the features worn away by wind and time. Do you approach?
No. Seeing this, I'd try to usher people back a bit. Hopefully not attracting their attention.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say, now those two gents over there, I'm not sure if they're exactly the same. The bandits who I met with my last group, they were pretty indistinct from a distance, but they did wear the same sort of a blackish armor. So this could be a bandit hideout at the moment. And I know we've all had a pretty rough day. A lot of stuff happened, I would say. So perhaps it would be better to try to do this tomorrow.
Agreed.
Let's retreat and camp
Yeah,
away from the
to a
monastery.
safe enough distance. Perhaps even like a mile or so. Just to make
Okay.
sure we're not bored.
Agreed.
quick
But we
question.
can't. Sorry, go ahead.
How long did it take us from the statue to the monastery?
It was
How many hours?
It was a couple of miles, so probably an hour or two worth of travel.
Okay, but not that far. Okay.
No, let's see. You can travel 6 miles in a day at a normal pace, but you're traveling slowly. So you're traveling more like 5 and so.
I think you can go like 24 at a normal pace, right?
I'm sorry, you could go 24 at a normal pace. You could 1 hex and you do 3 hexes. You do 24 miles at a normal pace in a day. That's like 12 hours of travel. So you're doing about 2 miles an hour ish, and you're at a slow pace. So you traveled an additional couple of miles. So it's probably been an hour or so, an hour or two since then.
Oh, the monastery is before the Howling Fields, right?
No, it's in there.
The Howling Fields is the name given to this entire region of grassland. The monastery is inside the Howling Fields.
Like, if I were to sketch out the Howling Fields, I'd probably say it goes, like, somewhere around there.
Okay, because my concern is they said never be out at night, ever. And we're in the Howling Fields, and it might
Well, we were
actually be
actually in
worse.
the Howling Fields last night as well.
Okay, I mean, I know.
Yeah, we
I'm
just need to make sure we're in a safe place. And it didn't much help last night being in a safe place anyway. We still got attacked by undead horses.
Is there any?
I agreed.
I think we just start walking for a mile south then, if that's what the party wants, and we're looking for like some place to camp out that's safe, secure as it could be.
I think it's a good idea.
I agree. I don't think there's any good ideas right here. I think we're choosing between bad options, and none of them are good. If this is the bad option we want to take, of the bad options we've been given, we'll take that.
If there's
Fair
a
enough.
bandit hideout, we definitely need rest before we take these on.
Yeah, and if
Agreed.
it's indeed human bandits, then they would have a hard time attacking us at night.
All right.
You all do have vision.
So the party begins retreating a mile south of the manor, taking their time to look out for the best possible place to hide out. We'll have the same role as before. Marco, you seem to be the survival master. Go ahead and roll survival wisdom at advantage to find the best possible place for you to hide out from encounters.
Right,
we be
right.
foraging that day as well, or is it because we have been busy and we can't forage?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Foraging comes after everything else, basically. Like when we're settling down.
We'll
for the night,
forage. Yeah, we'll forage once we find it. So you find another 20. You find another nice place. Lots of high grasses, lots of stones. You even find a tree that you can use to kind of keep yourself a little bit more hidden from the world. You begin setting up the camp, and you are. Going to go ahead and do the foraging rolls now. Actually, we've reached camp time. So I want all of you. You have now traveled an entire day through the howling fields. You do not have the benefit of the pasture lands to have foraged from. So go ahead and make me a foraging roll, survival wisdom at advantage for your slow pace throughout the day. Trying to meet a DC 15.
I use my cooking tray again.
Okay, yep, I think that's a fair substitute for the foraging roll. All right.
Just wisdom is 0, and then
So
Plenty
DC
of
15,
water.
Jamie has found water for the party and refilled all the water skins. None of you are dehydrating. It looks like Tads will be needing to eat rations from the party's store. Marco, you've also successfully found food and water for the party. And it appears that Neryl as well. So only Tads was unable to find food and berries or whatever it is that they forage out of these plains, and needs to spend the rations. It is night. I'm going to roll for an encounter, and while I do that, tell me, what is it like here? You've found your monastery, you've retreated south, you had an eventful day full of encounters. What is the camp like here as you prepare for the evening?
Good. I think I will not allow. Which party member cooks?
That would be Neryl.
Neryl, I will say, do not start a fire. We are way too close to those bandits. If the smoke
Yes,
rises,
I
that will give
agree.
away our position.
Maybe I can put a bit together so it doesn't need a fire, but we'll save it for the way back.
Arthur tries not to let it on, but he's a little worried tonight as well. If things go wrong during the night here, then
I
gonna
will
be,
definitely put up alarm
lot
spells
harder.
again. Yeah. And I will make sure that I put more, like at least 3 up north of the camp, so in the direction of the monastery. 2 up in the air again, in case. And 1 south, 1 in the other direction. I'll take time for it. Seems to be a dangerous
And
place.
that is only one casting of alarm, right? It allows you those 15 boxes.
No, alarm is a ritual spell. I can repeat that.
I
It does
see.
have an
I see.
invitation.
You're repeating it from your spellbook.
Yeah,
Excellent.
11 minutes for every ritual, and then
So you guys are
it
camping.
takes a bit of time,
And
but
like,
we have the time.
yeah. You guys are like
I don't
camping,
have the
preparing for
security.
food, and here's this strange halfling wizard out just like spending 11 minutes in every location trying to create
Normally I'll cut it
alarms.
short because I need to cook, but we don't have a fire, so I'll take the extra time.
Okay.
The 2 in the air are again audible. Everything else on the ground is a mind ping.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were you asking here before I cut you off?
If I can recall where both the statue and the monastery were, sort of, then I want to see whether, like, I want to cast detect magic as a ritual and see whether there's some sort of ley line connection between the two things. Anything magical that I'm sensing.
So you ritually cast detect magic and search for a fey line connecting them. Unfortunately, you do not find one. Either you're looking in the wrong direction or one does not exist.
I assume also nothing else magical around here. And, like, if
No,
stuck
you
around-
search around. You do see magic emanating from the talon pendant that was picked up from the hobgoblin.
Is there any way in this span of time, right before the sun sets, to like camouflage our position more so something wandering across won't find us?
That's
Like,
essentially what the survival roll I have you do to find the spot is for. It modifies the chance for an encounter on my roll. Yeah.
And Nero will prestidigitate a little bit over.
You spend some time. You essentially are. This is how you made that roll, right? You found a good spot, and then you spent some time camouflaging it, a little prestidigitation, trying to make it as nice as possible. So, whose watch is it? The watch is Arthur.
Oh, thank God. My armor.
Arthur, you are spending your night's watch. It is the second watch of the evening, and you hear out in the air around you a hellacious pinging sound as the alarms go off. You look up and you see circling around you large black shapes. Their wings floating off in almost immeasurably amongst the stars. It's very hard to tell the size of these creatures against the black sky without a fire or light around you. But as they circle around the camp, the alarms of the wizard are going off. What do you do?
Well, it's this is making an awful racket, Arthur is starting to realize, and maybe it's not actually a good thing. I assume they're waking up due to all the noise, but I'll kick them awake a little bit to help out.
I think the alarm is actually not that loud, by the way, but I'll look it up.
It's an audible noise, and it's right next to your camp, so it definitely is loud enough to wake you up.
I mean, it's not like echoing 1 mile out. That's what I mean. But
Fair enough.
There's some specifics here. Look it up.
You are all waking up to the sound of this alarm as these large dark shapes and wings are circling around your camp. They're about 20 feet in the air above you.
Ooh. I'd like to throw a javelin at one if I can.
All right. Please roll to hit.
If he's doing that, I will be casting a minor illusion to create the image of a rock on top of me, so that on the top of the top on the rock while I'm towering down.
You illusion a rock around you as Arthur throws a javelin. A 24 will hit, and it strikes the creature, and a horrible screech rips from the creature as it is impaled with your throw. And with that, I believe we will want everybody in initiative.
As a clarification, the alarm spell is audible within 60 feet of the alarm, so it's a bit in the air.
Excellent. So you are all woken up by the
handbell
audible
sound.
alarms. Alrighty. Let me get rid of these tokens here. And I didn't roll for exactly how many of these there were. Let me do that. Nice. All right. So you look up and you see giant black winged birds. This one screeching in terror as they circle around your party. All right. They are flying in circles. Let's get everybody in the initiative order. So, bring you over here. We have no hobgoblins. We have a Marco the Miner at 16. We have, excuse me, a Tads at 7. That's perfect. We need to add a Narrow. That one will be at 19. And we need to add the Arthur. Arthur with a Y, apparently. There we go. Arthur with a... Where are you? 17. Excellent. Nope. Arthur with a 17.
17 with an Arthur.
17 with a 0. Very nice. Very nice. All right, and then we will have these giant creatures flying around you on initiative 6. All right, as the first shots are fired and they screech out a horrible pain, the first to act among you is Neryl. What do you do as these 3 dark shapes circle your party?
I shake myself awake and then confusedly look up in the air and then realize, holy shit. And then stand up and gesture like wildly around me, and like
You're a
my
rock, I see.
robe like flickers white as I cast mage armor on stuff.
All right, you cast mage armor upon yourself, and what else?
By the way, the alarm only lasts for 10 seconds, so at least like probably at the end of this round, it's probably not
Excellent.
audible
Your
anymore.
alarm served its purpose and alerted you to the circling creatures above you, waking you all up. Excellent. Arthur, it is your turn as your companion has cast a mage armor upon himself. You've thrown a spear at this large dark bird here, and struck it for damage. What do you do next?
Well, I'm gonna pull out another one of my javelins because maybe if we can scare them off, then nothing bad will happen, and hurl it at the same one.
All right, with a 14, that will likely hit. Indeed, it does. Please roll some damage. 10 more damage with your previous damage is not enough to fell it. It screams again and continues its flight around the party. Marco, you were...
I'll unleash a roar into the air and then also shout to my companions, hit them with everything you've got.
Very nice. Very nice. You roar at your companions. Marco, you hear this call to hit them with everything they've got. What do you do?
Well, I ain't got spells, so I start hitting them with... I pick up the longbow and arrow I kept next to me, and I'll take a shot first at... the one that's been getting hurt.
Okay, and you critical it. Go ahead and roll me some critical damage.
Oh, wonderful.
Nice, with
wow.
6. You wound it badly, and you can see its flight begin to not become perfect. It wobbles in the air, but it is not dead.
Thankfully.
Yes.
I used my bonus attack, so I'm down to 2 of those.
Okay.
This is a normal roll. And that
will also hit for enough damage to take down this flying black bird. This enormous creature hurtles down and slams into the earth from 20 feet up, clearly dead in front of you.
All right.
Excellent. That brings...
No step behind. Boy.
That brings us to Tads. Tads, you're hiding under a rock.
That's correct.
What do you do?
I will be preparing to cast a spell, specifically preparing with the instruction that if the creature is within 10 feet of me, as in not like 10 feet in height, but like close to adjacent to a field towards me, then I will cast Precious Laughter on it, so that when they fall prone, they can't fly no more, but they won't also not be landing in the square directly next to them.
Okay, excellent. The prepared spell is ready for a creature to come within 20 feet horizontally of you. Or 10 feet.
Yep, 10 feet.
10 feet. That brings us to these giant birds. They've been circling around you in a pattern, and now with the cries of pain from their other creature, they begin dive bombing down, and they are going to attack in concert. This is their tactic of fight. So they are going to choose between the 3 they can see, and they choose... Ooh, they choose you, Neryl. They come diving down from the sky, plummeting at you. And they will each make multi-attacks. And they have pack tactics. And they will do so at advantage. The first attacks are clawing strikes with their talons. The first attack against you is a 21. The giant vulture digs in for 11 points of slashing damage.
Yeah, I'm down.
Ooh, you are down. Okay. In that case, this one here will forfeit the rest of its multi-attack. And this one, as it dive bombs, will redirect to the paladin in front of it. It does not have an ally within 5 feet of you, so its pack tactics do not work. But it will still make attack first with its talons for an 18.
That's a miss.
Ooh, is that a miss?
19 AC. I got chainmail, a shield, and the defense fighting style.
Very nice. All right. And then it reaches out with its beak and tries to bite down at you with its attack with a 12. All right. And do they have any movement left? They have 60 feet of movement. They do. They circle back out, flying away from you. Back out to here. Beginning their circle again.
I don't have a melee weapon out.
You did not have a melee weapon out, I don't believe.
Can I punch it?
Sure! You can make an unarmed punch at the bird as it flies away from you. I am a believer in that. No!
Boy.
Unfortunately, it flies away back out into the air. Neryl, you are down on the ground and bleeding. Please make me a death saving throw. That is 1 failure. All right. Arthur, you see Neryl bleeding out on the ground in front of you. These birds have launched themselves back out into the air. What do you do?
It looks like they're 15 foot apart, so could I get them in a 15-foot cone?
I think you can. Oops, I don't want
Yeah,
you
I'll
to move
probably
your
need
character.
to off over here.
You're gonna move to there? Yes. I believe that will catch both of them in a cone of fire.
Yeah, standing protectively over my friend,
you're gonna, like,
get out my warhammer and just unleash flames into the sky.
Yeah, you cock your head up and unleash a cone of flame into the sky. Excellent. I like it. They will make dexterity saving throws. They have no advantage on that, so the first will fail with an 8, and the next will succeed with an 18, taking half of the flaming damage. Excellent. That is
3 to the other.
perfect. All right, Marco the Miner, you see one of your companions bleeding out and a cone of fire touching the winged flight of these creatures. What do you do?
I have to choose between attacking or saving someone. Personally, I would attack, but Marco would not. He walks over and casts Spare the Dying on the down teammate.
All right. Excellent. So that means that Neryl, you are now stable and no longer bleeding out. You will wake up with 1 hit point in 2 hours.
And that was an action, and I don't think I could take dodge as a bonus action, so I think I'm just gonna stand behind Arthur.
Okay.
Like with my bow, back to back.
Okay. Excellent. That brings us to Tads. They never quite came within 10 feet of you, and so you didn't get a chance to cast your spell. You're still under your illusion. What do you do?
I do not burn my spell slot that way, right? Because I didn't cast it.
You don't burn your spell slot, no.
Okay, in that case, I again prepare an action as in preparing to cast a spell. This time, if somebody is in a dive towards one of my companion, I will cast Tasha Deer's Laughter on them.
Okay. That is good. I'll look up Tasha's. Can you tell me the intelligence required for that?
It's
4.
C14.
Okay.
Yeah, so minimum 4, yeah.
I want to double check whether they have that. Okay.
I wouldn't know that, so I would
And
have to.
no, I'm just doing it for my own benefit. It is now their turn. The creatures circle out and dive back down. Do they attack the same creature? There's now more that they could get at. They choose instead to go after a Marco. He looks tasty. They dive back down. Whoosh. The first one here makes the dive first. Go ahead and... Oh, you've cast your spell already. I will save against it. Excellent. I make a wisdom saving throw, even though intelligence is the negator. Okay. They save with a 10. They fall from the sky and are prone, making strange laughing sounds emanating from their mouth there. Okay.
If they were diving like this, would they then slide on the ground because they like sort of?
Yeah, they fall to the ground prone. They've landed here next to Marco, and this one comes diving in as well to attack Marco. Unfortunately, it does not get its pack tactics, so it only gets to attack with its talons. For an 11 on Marco.
No. I have
Perfect.
high enough dex. I dodge out of the way. 12 AC.
Nice. Then it follows up with its beak. And no, you dodge nimbly out of the way. This one circles back away, provoking attacks of opportunity for any of you with melee weapons as it begins trying to fly back out. The 12 will hit.
Nice.
For 12 bludgeoning. Marco, unfortunately, does not. He whiffs on the way by. Neryl, you have been stabilized. You are no longer bleeding out. This is excellent. Arthur, you have seen this bird dive in and out away from you. And there's one laying on the ground in the convulsions of some kind of spell. What do you do?
I'll drop my warhammer to the ground so I can emergency get out a javelin and hurl it after the creature.
All right, please roll to hit.
Fully chase it away or take it
a 17 that will hit. For 10 more points of damage. My. That will slay this creature. It falls out of the sky dead. Excellent. That brings us to Marco. You are standing atop the final creature here. And it's convulsing in the spell. What do you do?
I am absolutely livid that they hurt Neryl like that. So I'm going to spin. I'm going to spin around, grab the warhammer on the ground, and I'm going to spin back around and just start beating it while it's laying incapacitated. That's with advantage, right?
It is with advantage, yes.
Oh my god.
11 does not hit AC 12.
Alright, I'm doing it again.
Alright. The 24 definitely does. For 5 points of damage.
Ow, it's natural one.
Does that grant it a save versus Hideous
with
Laughter?
Advantage. With advantage. We roll the wisdom save with advantage.
Wisdom save with advantage. All right. So the creature will attempt to break out of Hideous Laughter for being attacked. And fails. No, it finds being beaten by you very funny and continues convulsing on the ground. Excellent. That brings...
Sorry.
No, that's fine. That brings us to Tads. You see the scene playing out in front of you behind your illusory rock. What do you do?
I prepare a ray of frost in case it gets attacked. That triggers both opportunity attacks and regular attacks.
Okay. The giant vulture, it thinks this is hilariously funny for a whole round. And then because this is 5e, I think it saves. Or does it already get it? Yeah. Did I already roll a save?
Yeah. Again.
The target has advantage on the saving throw if it is triggered by damage, but that is different. It's a separate save from the end of its turn, so we will just roll normal. Okay. And it does not. No, it is completely incapacitated by your magic. Neryl is still stable. Arthur, you are standing next to this with Marco, watching it convulse from the magic of your friend. What do you do?
Yeah, Marco picked up my warhammer, so I guess I'll take out another one of my javelins and just try to stab the creature here.
All right.
16, so 10 more piercing damage.
Excellent. That doesn't quite kill it, so we will see if it wakes up from its magical... No, it continues to find everything about this hilarious. Marco, please put this creature out of its misery.
That's the
wait,
trigger for my attack first.
Oh, okay. Yes, decode, your magic spell goes off, and does 3 more damage. Triggering. Does it? It triggers every time it takes damage, right?
Every
That's how
time.
I read it.
Another save.
Yep. This time, it finally breaks free of its magic and is now able to act again on its own.
Wait a second, this joke sucks.
Wait a minute. This wasn't funny after all. Marco, it's your turn. What do you do?
I think I still have the hammer, and I'm still quite annoyed. So I'm just gonna... Oh, that's 1 hit, and
That will
I'll take
hit.
the bonus. Even if it survives the first one, I think I'd take the bonus anyway. So...
Okay, you just spend it all. All right, roll me lots of damage. Oh,
17.
yes. Marco, in your fury, you finish the creature off before it could pick up its wings and take flight again. And just like that, you are once again in the Silent Plains. And night continues.
Well, could have gone better, but good enough. I'll lean over and tap the unconscious person with the 1 point of lay on hands I have remaining.
Excellent.
I did not know that birds find my book so hilarious.
So I'm actually at 1 hit point, or
Yep.
so I wake up, I guess.
Yes, you
And,
will wake up with 1 hit point.
Drag
Ah.
the vultures away from the camp somewhat while I'm collecting my javelins.
Okay.
Is the fight already over?
Yeah, we dealt with it.
So I
Are you
look
alright?
down on myself and was like, the rope is probably needs some repairs when I'm at home. Well, no, I will actually cast a mending spell to like, make
Right.
the ribs whole again. And thank you. I'll probably like go to the mule that's probably somewhere off Brighton and grab something to eat. And
All right. You are able to once again return to a peaceful night's rest. You are not molested through the rest of the night. And you finish your night's rest. Feel free to spend any amount of hit dice you have remaining to spend from the day to regain HP. You regain all of your class features tied to a long or short rest in the PHB, and then after you are done recovering, you will regain up to, or all of your hit dice up to 1/2 of your total rounded up to spend in the next day.
remind me, was the hit point recovery for the hit die, does it include the con bonus, or just
Yes, it does include the con bonus. That is correct.
well,
Oh no. Ugh.
still pretty beaten up.
Still pretty beaten up after a night's rest, yeah.
Do the what was the game of the death saves? After a long rest, they reset?
Yes, after a long rest. They are all gone. Okay, anybody else need to spend hit dice, recover class features?
Nope.
No, but-
No.
I'm all good.
All right.
I'll probably need a healing spell if we go into the monastery today. We'll
So, what is the plan, gang? You are about a mile south of the monastery. You saw it at the end of the day's travel yesterday. There were 2 guards in front of it, or at least 2 recognizable bandits. What do you do? What's on the docket today, adventurers?
Well, so, the monastery is apparently overrun by bandits, we could assume. I'd quite like to, clear it out, or to try to get it back and running. I think it would make a lovely second outpost out from the city if we could manage to rebuild it. But we can't do much of that when there's bandits lurking in there.
Well, Arthur, I was angry like the day before, and after the night and getting here by Arthur, it's a bit mellowed down. I will say, I've heard your stories regarding the bandits, and I saw how you dealt with the goblin that ambushed us. I do not quite understand what drives you to behave this way. They're ambushing us. They're trying to kill us, steal everything we have. We'll do the same to every farmer that's back there. If we go into this monastery, I don't want seconds wasted on trying to negotiate with them or trying to bring them back alive or anything. They're not worth this trouble.
What if they promise to repent and join society as meaningful members of it?
How would you trust them? And
well, we can bring them back to town.
What would Blacksteel say to that? I'm pretty sure he'll have a pretty similar opinion to mine on that.
Well, I suppose I haven't met Blacksteel personally.
I mean, I know he apparently has a taste for flogging people, but other than that, stringing bandits up will probably be up his other way.
Even I understand where you're coming from, where they'd lose all usefulness to society if we were to kill them. But I would say that they're already a negative use to society right now. They're actively killing people. And I have no doubt in my mind that they have said in the past that they would repent and do better and be better, and just have not. So nothing they say means anything. In fact,
friends, we don't actually know that they're thieves. Just because they're wearing a black robe, that's her own black robe that she's wearing, doesn't necessarily mean they're thieves. We should maybe first look what they're doing and how many people they are. Even if they are thieves, it could be any number of them, right? So if we storm in there and say, we'll smite thee, or whatever, Paladin and cleric people of you say, what if there are 20 of them? What if it's just the monks and we run at them and we kill just 2 monks? Just happen to live
armor, right? Not robe.
It is black armor, yes, but I think Tad's point probably is that just because they wear black, they might not be terrible.
The bandit aforementioned wore some kind of jackal on their armor in some respect, so when we get closer,
once we get closer, we'll be able to tell for sure. But we might not want to just ambush them right out the back. Tad's is right.
Where are these even coming from to have this like pretty uniform armor and a sigil for everyone? The soon, like, you need blacksmiths for that. You need someone who does the sewing. Aren't these bandits? Where do they have these? Why do they have access to all these services?
Well, apparently they're quite uniform. From what I hear, they came up from the lands to the south into this area, and well, some of the bandits we talked about a treasure that their leader is looking for.
Maybe some kind of disgraced noble would explain something, but in any case, how do we proceed?
Maybe we observe them for a little bit. I could create a magical cover for one of you, or maybe me, to sneak up and watch their movements. I mean, if they can survive here in the midst of hobgoblins, vultures, nightmarish.
Maybe we post up outside the place. You're right. Just keep an eye on it from cover.
I would definitely also circle it to see if there's a back entrance, maybe some walls fallen down that you may be able to breach, so we could sneak in or something like that.
And they have to, like, do something in their days, surely. So maybe if a party of them leaves to go hunting or something, then we can get a better idea of something.
Yeah. If these are the bandits you talked about, I remember you mentioning that they said that they'd all be inside by night. So anything we do, we have to do before the sun sets, or we're out of time.
Yes, quite. Well, I suppose we should try to sneak closer.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that you will sneak closer. Sneaking closer from the same direction you approached before, so that you can see the entrance of it. All right. How close do you want to get to it as you sneak up?
Well, I mean, like 200 feet is fine, right? Even maybe a little more.
Okay. All right. You begin your travel. You're still just about a mile south of it. So after having decided your course of action, you begin the march north again to come once again into view of the monastery rising out of the plains. You begin stealthily making your way forward, trying to hide in the long grasses and the rocks there. You can see once again as you're starting to approach that there are two more of these black-clad people lounging on the ruined gargoyles, much like you saw in the evening prior. I would like for all of you to make me a group stealth check, stealth dexterity, as you are making your way through the grasses.
That's a 9, for the record.
All right, that's a 9. 9, 17, 22, very strong, and 11. All right, what are there? Oh, yeah, you beat that easy. All right, so your group makes its way forward, and you get within 200 feet of the monastery. You see its strange kind of slanting roof and crumbling architecture. These two guards lounging. They don't seem particularly alert, as they are just kind of relaxed, their bows leaning up against the monastery walls itself. They're they're not bows, crossbows. They're light crossbows, leaning up against the monastery itself, their blades at their waists. They seem to be just chatting. You're enough far away that you can kind of hear the voices on the wind, but not really make out exactly what they're saying as the morning passes. Yep.
But when we're talking, I will be posting message back and forth because I can send the message and they can reply silently without making any sounds. And that way I will relay the information between summarizing what they said. Hey, Arthur just said XYZ. And so
perfect. Yeah, all right. A nice silent form of communication is established with the messages.
If you message me, I will definitely say to you that you should say to Arthur that he may want to heal me up before we go in. Because I'm still on 3 HP.
So now that you are stealthily watching the front of this monastery, you are quite certain after some time that you are well hidden and you observe these two. What is the plan?
I'll relay back through a message that definitely looks like bandits. They have the same equipment. I'll lean over to Tad's, is it?
Yeah, Tad.
No, yeah, Tad.
Oh,
no, sorry, not Tad's. I wanted
Earl, Arthur.
Neryl, yeah. I'll give you enough lay on hands to get you back to full. I'm not sure how many points.
It's 4 HP.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll suggest perhaps now is a good time to circle the building, look for other entrances, for other people on watch, anything like that.
If we do that, assuming no one else has anything to say to that, we'll probably go a bit away from like Monastery. Say I'm going a bit like 30-40 feet away, so no one hears me casting Mage Armor.
Okay.
Because
you spend some time
hours.
to quietly cast Mage Armor and get that on. Sounds like you're circling the monastery from your well-hidden position, making
Yeah,
notes on what you
especially if
see and
there's,
find.
windows where people
Mhm.
might be lurking. Like, ideally, we could like sneak up to the back of this building.
Mhm.
But if there's other people on watch looking at the back side of it, then that wouldn't work.
As you investigate the monastery, you are quite certain that there is only these two bandits out at the main double doors of the monastery. As you circle around it, it does not appear that there's anyone else out taking an active watch. The building itself is old and very much in a kind of ruined state. Although the walls stand, they are old and crumbled and cracked. There are many areas where the ceiling itself has large holes where the sun is clearly able to shine through it. It slopes and leans at an odd angle. There are areas where there are small windows about 10 feet up the wall of the monastery itself that look into various rooms, though from your distance that you're maintaining from the monastery, you can't really look into it. There are areas where the walls are crumbled and cracked, and there's enough room for a little bit of the elements to get through, though it doesn't appear like there's a full door-sized crack in there. You would probably involve some amount of sneaking or crawling along in order to make that happen.
What are the dimensions of the building? If you have those.
So the building itself is, I think I read this. Let me pull back this. It's about 60 feet wide. The entrance itself is about 60 feet wide, and it's about twice that in length.
Does it look like just a single story?
It does look to be a single story. It's a tall story. The roof before it became in disrepair was a tall kind of steeple almost that has long since kind of crumbled and is leaning at an odd angle. There's definitely holes in it, but the building itself, while only one story, is quite spacious.
Yep. Well, I say, if you guys want, we're around the back of the building now. If we just creep up there, there's no way the front door guards can see us. Then maybe we can creep around one side and ambush them.
The entrance of the monastery, how much wall is it to each side? So if we go around the corner, like how far away are the guards? If we,
well, it'll depend upon the corner. Like there's two guards at the center double doors of the monastery entrance. So 30 feet to the left and right of them are these corners, right? And then the building extends another 120 feet to the other side, where there's another like 60-foot wall. Those corners are 120 feet from the previous corner where the guards were.
How far away were they from each other?
They're sitting on gargoyles that adorned either side of kind of like a large double door, so probably 10, 15 feet at most apart.
You guys like the sneaking around the side of the building plan?
Yeah.
If,
Right.
if we do that, they will, if they see us, they will like yell out. We have to take them out as soon as we go around the corner, basically. Otherwise, they will be alerted.
There's probably no way around them being alerted to our presence.
I could try if we go around the corner immediately, and I should be able to put them both to sleep, hopefully. Last time it didn't work, but this time I think we have a better vantage point.
Well,
Yeah.
if you'd like to try, then you're welcome to.
If no one has a better idea, of course.
Is there any way that like Arthur and Marco would be able to, like, as he's casting the spell, run at the other guard, tackle him down, and like try to like block his mouth somehow that he can't?
Sure,
see?
yeah. So if you want, Tads can not Tads, Neryl can cast the sleep spell, and then your two heavies, Marco and Arthur, can like as he begins casting, just charge in to try to tackle him at the same time. That is definitely coordinatable, especially with the silent messages that you're doing.
Sounds like a good plan.
All right.
Okay.
So you sneak into position, getting ready to enact your plan, getting close enough. You feel like you can sneak pretty well up next to these people. You rolled very well for your stealth. You've gotten a really good feel for this place. These guards are not particularly on edge. You get pretty close. How close do you get before you are ready to enact your plan? Within...
well, we want to be right on the corner that's like that's near them, yeah?
Yeah,
so
all right.
Like
you get right on the corner. You're like 15 feet away. No, you're 30 feet away from the closest guard, probably 40 feet away from the farthest guard. And you get ready, prep, and the message goes. You begin casting your spell. The two of you begin charging at the guards. Neryl, go ahead. I assume you're casting your spell at the farthest guard, so that the one within rushing distance is...
Yeah, there's 20 feet between them, then they'll be both affected, so I just cast at the nearest one.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and roll me a number of hit points that you affect. 15. Not the most ideal roll. This might go a little bit bad for you. Let's see here. The Jackal members have... One of them does fall asleep, and you cast it in the nearest... Oh, they have different HP, and it goes lowest to highest. Okay, which one was the lowest one? So... The one closest to you is unaffected, as the farthest one immediately slumps forward and falls asleep. The other one, like, huh? What's going on? And the two of you charge at this guy. Go ahead and...
Dragonhorn hits him in the side of the face with a warhammer.
If he's far enough away, I think while we're charging, I see the one close to us fall, and I pull out my bow and just shoot the other one.
The one farthest... I'm sorry, maybe I worded it incorrectly. The one that's about 40 feet from you fell asleep. The one that's within charging range is not. Just for clarification. So are you charging with weapon? I thought the idea was to tackle him.
It's too complicated.
It's too complicated. Weapon it is. Arthur comes charging and he's like, oh, what's going on? A big warhammer strikes him in the back of the head for 6 bludgeoning damage. Marco, what do you do as you charge this guy?
I think I realize I can't tackle him at the same time, and that's what I think is going to happen. So I just shoot him with a bow.
All right. Oh, and you critically do so for 18 damage. This one dies. The closest guard
Making up for my rolls.
Yeah, you rush in. He gets bashed with a warhammer. He gets shot in the back. He just crumples and falls and dies, bleeding out on the monastery steps in front of you. The other guard has just fallen, slouched asleep, leaning up against the gargoyle. You look around for a moment. It doesn't seem like there's any activity in the monastery.
Drag them both back, kill the other.
Well, we should get information out of them.
Yeah, I start dragging sleeping one away.
I want to cast minor illusion to create the painted wax statue of a black guard with a jackal face and a spear in his hand, who is still very vigilantly sitting on the gargoyle.
All right, you create an image of a wax statue leaning up against the gargoyle as you drag the dead body and the sleeping guard away back into your hidden grasslands.
And immediately time up because it takes 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, we don't have a lot of time, so I'll quickly say, are we going to interrogate this one, or what?
We should find out how many people are in there at least.
Okay, I slap. I think he's in the field now. He's down. I draw my bow and point it at him. I say, slap him awake.
All right. You draw your bow and point it at him. Neryl is tying him up with the rope and hog tying him.
If we interrogate him, I would insist that we put it far away. If he screams while we are at the monastery, this could still go bad.
Yeah, we only have like 30 seconds of dragging, so we get him as far away as we can.
Maybe we can gag him get
Speed.
him away, and then like ungag him, and we have some space between us and the monastery.
You successfully tie him up and wake him up in your little hidden grasslands off the edge of the monastery.
I think I'll stay back and maintain the illusion lying in the grass. But as soon as I see people opening the door or anything like that, I'll like bolt away with my 40 speed, and then the illusion will still be maintained for me.
There's two people threateningly pointing weapons at him as he awakes.
Yes, he awakes gagged and bound, eyes wide, very confused as to what's going on. He struggles for a moment and then just settles down, staring at you.
All right, buddy. It's not your lucky day. But luckily, there's a way out of this. Do you want to be quiet and not scream for help or anything?
He looks at the bow and the warhammer, and goes,
All right, all right. Get rid of his gag. I'll keep my ready to action to attack.
Same.
But I tell Nerl that yeah.
all right. He is ungagged, does not scream, kind of looks around at you.
All right. What are you doing at the monastery?
It's where we hide from the beasts, when they're out at night, bad things tend to happen.
So, you two are the only ones there, or?
He looks pointedly at the weapons and goes, no. no, there's more.
Wait, I'm getting a feeling he's lying. If he's lying, we'll have to kill him. Are you sure there's...
Not lying. There's more of us. Would you like to meet them? I could introduce you.
It looks like he's thinking about this.
How many?
I'm glaring at him.
He
from behind the banner.
You say how many, and he struggles with his hands. He says, could you show me your hands?" And he begins counting on everyone's fingers, and he gets to 18. And then he looks around and he goes, "Well, minus me is 17, and I don't. There was. What did you do with Frank?"
Oh, we knocked him unconscious. Don't worry. He's bound and gagged elsewhere.
Okay. Then 16 more.
All right. 16 more. Well, 17 because Frank is bound, but good to know. 18 because you're still gonna live through this. Okay, good to know. We're trying to track the numbers.
His eyebrows just continue going higher and higher up his forehead as you keep talking.
I say he's gonna live through this, so that should be good. I'm just counting. I'm like, yeah, he'll live. He'll live.
Manning here.
What?
Yes. You looking for Mad Eye? If you're looking to join up, I can get you in.
Banditry's not really like my lifestyle. I prefer to be helping people rather than.
Oh, well, we help them, they have too much stuff and we take it from them so they can live more fulfilled lives. And, we're poor and that helps the poor. Good things. We're definitely good people, right? You should join us and let me go.
Wait, how many?
Behind the bandits, probably kind of turn his head. But as you're saying this, I'm visibly grimacing at these. I'm not in the, what I was saying, but I'm visibly angry at that point. I'm not doing anything right now.
I noticed the grimacing. I don't grimace back because I'm like, oh no, this is gonna go down. And then
what Mad Eye is looking for?
No, he keeps that to himself. If you want, I can introduce you. I'll bring you to him. Just untie me and I promise, no funny business. I'll get you in.
Tell you what. Maybe, but how many are out on patrol right now? We just need to know the numbers. I don't want to walk in there when there's 16 people who could draw swords if they get angry.
How many are out on patrol? We don't really patrol so much. We're mostly Mad Eye has us out digging, or looking. Anyway, there's 16 in there, and he begins counting on fingers again. This is there's 4 out to the north today, and 5 out to the east, and I think those are the only ones. We haven't seen. There was. Oh, how many were there? Oh God, I am so bad at numbers. There's more. They went far to the west, and we haven't heard back from them.
Okay. 25 altogether, 16 in the church, and then 3 going east, and then yada yada yada. Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you guys think? Can we take that many bandits?
Can I determine whether or not? I mean, he seems pretty frightened, but still, with the numbers, if he's being truthful, can I tell that? Might be the thing that you might fudge.
How do you determine that information?
Just body language. I've dealt with people before. I became a wizard. Like with cooking and engaging people and selling my stuff. So I'm watching. I mean, not really body language, like, but like.
It doesn't really seem like he's capable of fudging the numbers. He's actively using your fingers to count on as best he can.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and so you don't get the impression that he's trying to lie to you about the numbers. Although you do get the impression that it is possible that he's just stupid enough to not give you the right ones.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'll just wait and see how our negotiators handle this.
Arthur, anything else you'd like to say?
Not that I can think of.
Tads, anything you'd like to say?
Is not there.
Oh, yeah, she's at the... No. He? No, they're at the church. Okay. Well, I look up to Neryl and just... I nod. What do you do?
You promised him to live. I don't actually know if you promised. That's the impression.
We did say he was going to live.
Oh, I start to... I pick up his...
would say we finish this, yeah?
Yep.
Finish this?
That
doesn't sound great for me. I can get you in. I'm serious. You
I
don't have
flip
to do
around
this.
and I start like hacking slightly at the bonds with my pickaxe. I'm like, this is not the right thing for this. Give me a second here. And I look up at Arthur. I give him like a look.
I didn't bring any bladed weapons. No, for
I don't know what the look was for, but I'm understanding what's happening. I guess we're introducing ourselves, and I just when I undo his bonds and I pick him up, I like lift him to his feet.
Okay.
And I'm just like, listen.
Excellent.
Reality is, I don't know. We're not gonna go fight 16 bandits. That's stupid, and we're not gonna murder you for no reason.
Wait, we aren't gonna go fight 16 bandits?
Wait, what the fuck? I was giving you a look.
He looks very nervous. He's like, okay, hey, if you want to fight, look, you're gonna want to go in, right? I can give him the knock. You know, I can let him know it's safe, and I will get out of there, and you can go in. Or if you want, I can introduce you to Mad Eye. It's all good. Or if you want, I will leave. I don't have my weapons.
How much does Mad Eye pay you?
He gives me food and shelter, and there's always the share of treasure when we go back. We haven't been paid in a long time because we're up here looking for treasure, and we're kind of, avoiding the King's Road at the moment, a little bit wanted. But when that blows over, we'll be back to town. There's a big pot of treasure in there. I'm sure we'll all get our share. Mad Eye gets 50%, and then we split the other 50 equally.
Is the door barred? Is that why you need the secret knock?
Well, if you open the door to a bunch of outlaws, and they're not expecting it, they tend to be rather violent. It is kind of our way. Shoot first, ask questions later type of thing. But, we do not want to kill ourselves, so we have codes. I, of course, could get you the right one, and let you in.
Is there a way you could draw some people out? Hypothetically, let's say you said, hey, Frank and I saw something. Frank went to go investigate it, even though I told him not to. And we need like 6 people to come out with us and just look.
Yes, definitely. We could definitely organize 6 people to go out and look for dumbass Frank. He's a well-known dumbass. Yes.
Is
Okay.
the door? Oh wait, what? I think it would be better if we were to pin them all in one exit. That
Wait, is
way,
the wep-
I can channel all of the attention towards myself, and not let poor Neryl get knocked out again.
do I have a message? Is the message spell still going?
It's no,
Not
it's,
close enough.
I think the person who's casting message is over by the church now.
yeah.
All right. Well, here's my plan. What's your name, buddy? You named Frank. What's your name?
I'm Big Jimmy, of course.
Hello, Big Jimmy. It's
Hi.
a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
Tell you what, this is actually the best day of your life. All right.
Oh, definitely.
You're gonna get more gold, more treasure, more everything that you were gonna get in your share ever again. But now you're not a member of the Jackals anymore. What are you, Big Jimmy? You're a member of our group now.
Yeah. What's the group called?
We're the Spectres.
The Spectres. Yeah, good name. Definitely a fearsome bandit name, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Not really bandits, but it'll work.
Sure,
and here's
whatever
what's
you
gonna
say.
happen. You're gonna draw 6 of them out. We're actually gonna get rid of all the Jackals. Okay. Today.
Oh dear. Okay.
I know it's terrifying, but we're powerful. We're magic. We those giant vultures? We got jumped in the night by like 12 of them, and we killed them all.
That's
I doubt a bunch
lot.
of jackals.
Those are big. We ate one
Yeah,
of those the other day. Not real tasty.
Oh, they're disgusting and gamey.
Yeah, pretty gamey.
But yeah, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have you draw 6 out into the field. We're gonna kill these 6. Then we're gonna double back and kill the 12 in the church. Then we're gonna split everything the jackals have got to this point 5 ways with you.
Oh, definitely. Okay.
So rather than getting like some small half of a half of a half, you're gonna get 20%. You know how much gold that is, Big Jimmy?
It's a lot of gold. It's a lot of
It
gold.
is
20%. That's 30% less than Mad Eye. I mean, and that's how math works, right? I think. I don't actually know. I can't count.
It is actually.
Oh, nice.
And tell you what, we're gonna follow you. Yeah, we're gonna follow you.
Follow
into
me.
the
Come
church.
on into the church. It's good.
We're just gonna keep our weapons trained on you, and if you try and do anything or run anything or say anything sketchy or try and use any secret codes, because we actually interrogated.
I have to knock on the door, right?
Oh no, I know, but we also interrogated Frank before this. He's locked up elsewhere in the fields, bagged and gagged. So we know what your codes are, and if you try and say this is the emergency code for someone's kidnapped us, in case you have that, we're just gonna kill you and then run probably and live our lives, and Big Jimmy will end, or Big Jimmy can become Biggest Jimmy. The richest.
I've been working on that actually. I only took 1 ration of vultures this week. Been doing some push-ups. Anyway.
I can see.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. Absolutely. Yeah, so you're gonna follow me up to the monastery door. Do you think that kind of defeats the purpose of hiding an ambush?
Oh no, we have ranged weapons. We're just gonna point longbows at you, and if you try and say something sketchy,
You're just
or do
straight out
something
there.
sketchy,
Yeah, absolutely. I get it. I'll knock. I'll go talk to Mad Eye. We'll get him out here. Absolutely.
Wait, before you leave,
Yeah.
Arthur, make him swear to pay lower.
Oh, definitely. Praise the sun. Good. Yeah, definitely.
Yep. So if you lie and then enter the sun again, you'll disintegrate. Just so you know.
Oh, for sure. Yes. Pious as ever I am. Would not dare cross the great sun. No.
Does the door open inwards or outwards?
He thinks. He says, I haven't ever thought about it before. I suppose it opens inwards.
Oh, good. That's most beneficial for me. So thank you there, Jimmy.
Okay.
Excellent. On we go to the ambush.
So
you know your job well enough, I
you
assume, Jimmy.
follow Big Jimmy over to the opening of the cathedral. How far away from the monastery's double doors do you stand?
I want to be like 10 feet to the side of the door.
10 feet to the side
do
of
we-
the door. Excellent.
Do we pick up that this is going on and that he's not there casting these illusions and like wonders what's
I wave from the forest line at you, and I say it's good. I put a thumbs up, and I just say roll, and I do this symbol like roll with it.
Yeah,
I
I
don't-
message you and ask you whether I can have a talk with the prisoner real quick.
Sure we have time, but be careful what you say, and also say that you're Paylor, and if they lie, you'll be melted in the sun.
I will do just that, and I'll have a somewhat casual, like from the topic, but somewhat creepy conversation with that person, asking about his family, where they're living, all this kind of stuff. My actual intention is to have a talk and pick up on his mannerisms. So if I were to cast minor illusion to send the message of him for 6 seconds, I can imitate his voice.
Sure. You have a creepy talk.
Something?
He says, my family's all in there, actually. Been with them for 15 years. Gonna, betray the family, for Paylor. Praise the sun. Praise the sun.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Absolutely. Don't want to melt. Anyway, you standing here? It's a big dragon here is kind of freaking me out, but he's gonna follow me here. You gonna be here too?
We're friendly enough as long as you don't get in the way.
If you follow me, he will not eat you.
That's good. Yes, not being eaten, very strong. So you're there. So you want me to lead them out? You don't want me to lead you in, right? So okay, give me. They're gonna open the door. I'm gonna go in. Then it's gonna probably take a little bit of time. I'll get the party together. We're gonna go search for Thomas Frank. Totally okay. Then we'll come out.
So, yes, when you're send them through the door, but I would suggest standing well off to the side while they go through the door.
Absolutely. Standing off to the side.
Otherwise, we might get you confused. I don't think you're quite very unique there, Jimmy.
How dare you?
That's
But I'm not there to say
that's
that.
very sad. I feel bad, but definitely a thing. All right. We'll go in. And he walks up to the double doors of the monastery. Arthur, it sounds like you're standing 10 feet off to the side. You're like maybe behind the gargoyles.
Yeah.
Tads, you're also standing off to the side. So Marco, you are some distance away with a bow.
150 feet away, like
Okay.
in the grass, but aiming within range of the door and maybe 10 or 20 feet on top of that, just so I can get a good shot.
Okay.
I'll be prone in the grass, by the way. I'll be prone in the grass for them.
So you're not near the monastery. You're back with him.
Oh, how far is the grass away? Sorry, I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, just like the monastery grounds aren't necessarily like overgrown, right?
Okay, yeah, well then I just stand behind.
Okay. So you and Arthur are behind. Neryl, where are you at?
I'm probably near Mark a bit further in the front because my sleep spell has only 90 feet range. So
Okay.
I'm in like 90 feet radius,
Sounds
flat in the grass as a halfling, hopefully. That's
sounds
stealth check works
good.
this time.
So just to double check, what's going to happen is 6 are going to walk through, they're going to get dragon breath, and they're going to get sleeped, and we're going to kill the ones on the ground.
Hopefully.
I would prefer that the breath weapon goes off first because then they'll all have less HP and then I'll sleep.
Yep. Okay. No, just making sure. And I'm going to shoot any of the ones that are still standing.
All right. He kind of gives y'all a big thumbs up, and he gives them the knock on the door. Before walking inside of it and closing the door shut behind him. You stand waiting for some amount of time. You don't hear voices so much coming from inside the monastery. But after about 10 minutes of poised waiting, the monastery doors burst open, and through them come rushing big, large beasts, horses that have been loaded down with barding and armor, come bursting out of the doors through you. I assume that you've been kind of readying to attack. What do you do with these big beasts coming out of the doors?
They're just horses.
They're horses, barded in armor. They go bursting out aggressively, fast, charging.
But they're not they don't have people on them.
All
And they
right,
can only
following
come to, like,
behind
one
the
at a
horses in the moment of confusion, when no one reacts, the jackals begin pouring out of the monastery,
All right,
fully
those
armed
guys
and
are
armored. All right, and I believe we are in initiative here, as we are going to be in a pretty large battle. You've decided not to do it inside the map I have prepared, so...
Sorry.
No, we'll just do it by the kind of space that I'm in here. We'll just do it by ear.
Did Big Jimmy betray us?
Big Jimmy.
Apparently, yeah. I don't think the horse
Never
was in the
praise
plan.
praise the sun. Okay. Let's see here. I'll just get on the same page that you are all in. Arthur, you have rolled a 10. Let's add you in here.
Would I have got my sort of
I'll
really
wait.
brave weapon off?
Well,
This would have actually gone.
I gave you the opportunity to. They were preparing for you to have some kind of ambush laid. They created this out. This
Oh, yeah, I
diversion.
deliberately skipped over the horse.
Yeah, I feel like you were ready for them and they were ready for you, and so no, it doesn't feel like this happened.
flammable
It
for
depends.
you.
What?
Back is-
Sorry. You speak, then I speak. So.
Okay, sorry. We always wait for the exact same time. Now, Greg, Grease, would you say that's flammable?
Grease by the spell, I believe, is flammable. I'd have to reread it.
In early edition it is, but I don't think they specify in 5e.
Sure.
Okay.
The point is that how long ready is the negotiation space or no, the interrogation basically? Because I spent one spell slot on the mage armor and one on the sleep spell at the doors, so I would have needed a short rest for another spell slot for the sleep.
You
here.
guys did not take a short rest, so
Okay,
you have
then
not
I'll
recovered spell
just-
slots.
Then
that
I would
point.
actually be further back, like 120 feet, but
okay.
otherwise I'm there.
Oh, you needed a short rest for another spell.
Yeah, I should have remembered that, but I mean, if the grease burns, then everyone's going to wake up anyway, so that works out.
All right. So, you have laid this trap. They have tried to break out of your trap. They are prepared for you to be laying siege to them as they become pouring out of this. In the first round, 4 of them come pouring out of the door, following behind the charging horses. Neryl, you are the first to respond to this. How do you react to these jackals coming out of the monastery?
I will wait until I will prepare a firebolt onto the person in front basically, but only after the other spellcasters and Arthur had a chance to do something.
Okay, so you hold your action until Arthur is active?
Yeah, and until Tad and Arthur have acted, and then I'll throw the firebolt.
Sounds good. Tads, you are the next to react as you are hiding next to the monastery. The horses come bursting out. 4 of the jackals come filing out in the first round. What do you do?
Yeah, unsurprisingly, I will cast Grease.
All right. You cast Grease. A 10-foot square centered, I'm assuming, right in front of the monastery there.
Of the entrance. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Excellent. So these are a double door. So the 10-foot square, yeah, that's going to cover both of them. Everybody of the bandits will have to run through it in order to get through. So they make dexterity saving throws or fall prone. So that is 1 fail. 2 fails? Yes. 1 success. And 1 critical fail. So 3 of them immediately slips and falls prone as they come running out of the monastery. One of them charges through unimpeded by the grease, making it outside. Excellent. Arthur, you are the next to react.
I'll be running 40 feet away.
All right, you try to
Well,
run
difficult to
40
run.
feet away. Arthur, what do you do?
What's going on with this horse? Is it, I mean,
They are
it's,
just charging. They're sprinting as if spooked. They're running straight out of the monastery doors, out through.
Yeah, it looks like they're not gonna be a combatant because I mean now they're just loose horses, so they're gonna keep running assumedly. So great. These nice 4 bandits have all nicely just they're in like a pile up right in the doorway, and I'm just gonna get as close as possible to flame breath all this area. Are there any like behind those 4 that also get clipped by the 15-foot area?
Sure. There are 4 more behind it. So I'm gonna roll 8d20. Your save is 13. And they get +1 to all of these. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successful saves, and the rest take 7 damage.
And they still take half, so.
I assume the grease catches on fire?
The grease will catch on fire, so anyone standing in that 10-foot square at the beginning of a turn will take damage now. But the grease itself burns and is no longer a detriment to their dexterity. So go ahead and roll me an additional d4 damage for the people standing in that grease.
It's your grease, you do it.
Damage.
2 extra points.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And
Okay.
And I'll take a bonus action on my turn to cast Shield of Faith.
All right, and you bonus action a Shield of Faith. Arthur has taken his turn, which leads us to the held action that Nero had. What do you do, Nero?
There's 1 bandit that charged through, I assume, out of the grease. I'll firebolt them.
Okay, please roll to hit. No, your firebolt
no.
goes wide and does not strike the bandit. Which kind of brings us to the bandits versus Marco. Marco, what is your modifier on dexterity?
+2, total of 15.
All right, Marco, you go first.
All right. I will take a shot at the bandit which has run past the grease that was just lit on fire and is now standing out of the church.
Absolutely.
Keep talking because I'm looking to press the button, but all right. All right. Here's my longbow attack. Here's longbow 1.
17 will hit.
All right. 4.
For
Does he die?
4 piercing damage. This guy is still up.
This is the first damage he took, right? I know.
No, he took the breath weapon damage, but he did not take the additional grease fire damage. The 10 will miss him.
That's my turn.
All right, so it comes to the bandits. There's no longer grease on the ground for the bandits. Well, there is, but it's burning, and it's no longer a slippery thing and more a fiery, awful thing. They've taken their burning damage for being in the grease. They use half their movement to stand and the rest of their movement to vacate the door. And they will attack the Arthur standing there. Let's see. They can't really surround Arthur very easily.
Yeah, I'm like standing right in front of
But
the door.
you're only a 5-foot creature, and there's a 10-foot double door. So
Yeah, they can probably get around.
what happens is 2 of them, the most injured ones, go around you, while 2 of them surround you. You can take opportunity attacks at the ones that try to slide by.
Sure, definitely.
The 8 will miss.
Well, I only have one reaction.
And you only have one reaction. That's right. That's how that works. And so the two that slide past you look around, and they see that it's Tads who is close by, and they bring their scimitars up, and they will go to fight Tads. So,
40 feet away, do they have enough movement? They could shoot at me maybe with an arrow, but like...
oh, you did move 40 feet. Yeah, so instead of with scimitars, you're still the closest though from 40 feet. Yes. So they will aim their light crossbow at you instead.
I think Tads went prone too.
I don't remember him saying that he
I
went
didn't specify
prone.
it this time. No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So the two that moved around Arthur will fire their light crossbows. The first a 22, and the second a 12. I believe the 12 will miss you.
Both hit.
Oh, both hit. Okay.
There's like some light cover, then the second one wouldn't hit me, but...
No, you just have moved 40 feet away. You haven't had a chance to get behind cover. So the first one will deal 3 piercing damage to you, and the second will do 4 for a total of 7 damage.
I am knocked out.
All right, Taz, you are unconscious. The other two that have stationed themselves next to Arthur will bring their scimitar to bear. The first one attacking you with a 13, which I believe will miss, and the second attacking with a 21. And that one will do 2 points of slashing damage to you. You save. Yeah, your spell is still in effect. At the end of the turn, 4 more emerge from the door. They will stand in the grease. These were the 4 that got clipped by your breath weapon. Whoever had the grease spell, roll me another d4 damage for the fire. They will take an additional 3 points of damage for standing in the fire. Excellent. Okay, and that brings us to the top of the round. Neryl, it is your turn. You see these bandits spilling out. They have shot down your companion Taz with light crossbows. What do you do?
They're still pretty close to the monastery door, the two that shot, right?
Mm-hmm. They haven't moved that far through it yet. They only moved about... They'd use half their movement standing up from the grease. They've only moved out about 15 feet from the monastery.
Okay, then they're still far away from me. I will firebolt one of them.
Okay.
Probably the closest.
Okay, this sounds good. Go ahead and roll to hit for me.
And since I saw what happened to Tad, that probably misses.
Yeah, that does miss.
I will, and then they're trying to come. I will just lie down on the ground flat.
Okay.
So in case they're trying that on me.
Perfect. Neryl, you lie prone. Taz, you are bleeding out. Please give me a death saving throw.
I'm at exactly 0 HP. Do I have any roll?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Come on, natural 20.
No, that is 1 fail on your saving throw. Arthur, you are in the middle of the monastery steps fighting these 2 bandits as the grease burns nearby. What do you do?
I hit one of them. Yeah.
All right.
It's all there's for it.
Okay.
Yeah, not a whole lot I can do about any of this, unfortunately.
A 12 does not hit the bandit.
Boy, there's some
All
bad
right.
rolls.
All right, that is your turn. Marco, you have a better dex than the bandits, so you will go first on your tied initiative.
All right. Well, let me mentally picture this. How many have run out of the church so far?
So far, 8 have emerged from the church. The first 4 were affected by the grease. The second 4 were burned by it. 2 of them have surrounded your friend Arthur. 2 of them have moved 15 feet past Arthur and have shot down Taz with their light crossbow. The other remaining 4 are just on the steps, having emerged from the monastery.
Okay, which of these looks the most injured?
The most injured is definitely the one fighting fighting Arthur, that took the full force of the flame and took he took another 4 damage from something. It must have been an attack.
Burning.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'll move to the right 15 feet. I can still shoot the one next to Arthur. I'll take a shot at him.
Absolutely.
And thankfully, just not miss. Oh, well.
No, your shot fires in, but it's just too crowded and you can't get a good look with the first one. The second, though, does find purchase. You strike him for 4. Ooh, do you have one more point of damage hidden somewhere? I don't think so.
Power of hope?
The power of hope. Not quite. So that bandit holds on, blood gurgling out of a wound from the arrow in his neck. Definitely scarred and burned from the fire, but continues
I will go
to
prone.
fight. All right, so you and Nero both go prone. Excellent. That brings us to bandits. So, the 2 fighting Arthur are going to continue fighting Arthur. So we will deal with their scimitars first. The first with a normal roll with a 16 will miss. And the second with a 6 will also miss. The 2 with the crossbows that move 15 feet will spend their action reloading their light crossbows, and they will move forward another 30 feet. So they're 45 feet away from the monastery. The next 4 that were standing in the grease and burning, they move out with fully loaded crossbows. And so they move their full 30 feet. And they will shoot at Nerl or Marco. There's 4. They're going to split their attacks. 2 on Nerl, 2 on Marco with their light crossbows. And they will do so at disadvantage. So the first one at Nerl is a 7. And the second at Nerl is a 14. Will that hit?
Nope. Mage armor. plus
Very
2
nice. All right.
16.
So, Nerl, you survive. The arrows peppering overhead as you lay on your belly prone in the grass. The other 2 will fire at Marco. Their first one is a 11, which will miss you. And the next is a 15. Will that hit?
I think that will hit dead on.
All right. They finally managed to connect with you, dealing 3 piercing damage to you. And as that happens, 4 additional bandits emerge from the monastery, stepping into the burning grease. Whoever had the grease, go ahead and roll me another d4 damage for them as they enter the burning pitch. They take 1 damage each. All right. There are now 12 bandits out of the monastery. And that is their turn. Nerl, it is the top of the round. You've been peppered with a couple of crossbows. What will you do?
I mean, they just shot them, so they don't not have them for the next round. So I'll probably firebolt the one I firebolt before with the crossbow.
Okay.
And we'll see how that works.
No, your
Doesn't
fireball erupts around him, but he is shielded by his armor, unfazed by your magics.
And I'll lie prone, but I'll run like 20 feet back, and then I'll lie prone.
All right, you use half your movement to go back some, and then you lie prone again in the grasses. Very good. I think it takes half your movement to stand up and lie down.
Okay, then I just got 10 feet back.
Yeah, I think we should at least consider that since we're using it as a tactic. I know standing up.
I have 25 foot movement speed. I can just go move 10 feet.
Okay. I think So I think that we'll consider throwing yourself prone to not cost you movement, but standing up from prone is going to cost you half your movement. Okay. Excellent.
Oh, sorry.
Fair enough. Tads, you continue to bleed out on the ground. Please make a death saving throw.
Come on, buddy.
You know, 1.
Ooh, that is
Another
2
2.
fails.
A second.
Yes, decode is, Tads is very close to the grave here. Arthur, you are continuing your battle on the monastery steps with 2 of the bandits while the flames burn around you. What do?
I just have no choice. Gonna have to try to fight off all these bandits. If people are... Oh, sorry, let's resolve this attack first.
The 14 will hit, so that is 6 points of damage to the one you were fighting. This was the most wounded of them, and he dies.
Yeah, but I just
go.
remembered 4 more people with crossbows fled around me, I would suppose. So would
Sure,
I
yeah, make an attack of opportunity with your reaction. Absolutely.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Well,
No, you did not strike them with your reaction. All right.
Sweet. Continuing onwards.
That brings us to Marco. It is your turn. What do?
Well, first I pray. As should we all. I gotta just. Okay, I just gotta keep taking shots. I don't really have. I'm not a high enough level character to have something clever to do here. I'm just.
All right, you're fighting for your life, hidden in the grass. Well, not so much hidden,
shoot.
just lying in it.
I take one shot at the one who looks the most injured
No.
and missed. Then I take another shot down to 1 second attack left after this one. 16.
The 16
most
will
injured.
hit. Yes, on the most injured. 4, 9, and you slay it. The next most injured is a tie between 3 of them. Would you rather it to be one of the remaining one attacking Arthur, or one of the 2 crossbowmen that reloaded last turn?
I think Arthur is really good at blocking. I'm gonna kill one of the crossbowmen.
Absolutely. One of the crossbowmen who reloaded last turn are dead. All right.
And I'll take. Then I'll take 10 steps to. I'll take 10 feet to the right to just kite around the church, like the edge of the grass line, and then I go prone in the grass line again.
All right. You have your movement up, then move 10 feet and go prone. Perfect. That brings us to the bandits. So I'm just going to do them in order of people. The first one is from the original group, still attacking Arthur, still fighting with his scimitar on the steps. And he will attack you with a 15. I don't believe that hits you. And then the next to go is one of the original group's crossbowmen that had stepped forward. They had been firing at Nerl, I believe. No, they had shot Tads and reloaded, so they are going to choose between Nerl and Marco, and they choose Marco. So they step another 30 feet forward, giving them 75 feet away from the monastery. And they will fire their reloaded hand crossbow, or light crossbow, at you. You are lying prone in the grass, so this will be a disadvantage. With a 4, it does not hit. The next 4 all take another 30-foot step forward away from the monastery and reload their their light crossbows. Then the next 4 that had stepped out last turn into the grease can move. One of them steps up to take the place of the fallen combatant against Arthur, and it will swing with its scimitar with a 22. I think that clears your armor. And he will do 3 slashing damage. You save, but take another 3 damage. And these ones will slide. The other 3 will step past you, provoking an attack of opportunity.
Awesome. As I swing, never mind, I won't say anything.
You see the result, and the words die on your lips as they evade your mighty warhammer. These 3 step forward with crossbows. They're going to be at disadvantage for prone or range regardless, so they bring their light crossbows to bear. There's 3 of them. They will shoot 2 shots at Marco and 1 at Nerl. So the first 2 will go to Marco with a 4 and a 7, and the last one will go to Meryl with a 4. All right, not a lot happened with them. The final 4 of the bandits step forward out of the monastery into the flames. There are 3 normal-looking bandits and 1 crazed-looking man who stands a hand and a half taller than any of the bandits that have come out so far. One of his eyes is wild and looks off to the side. He has heavier armor and a big 2-handed sword that he grips in his hands. They stand in the fire at the foot of the monastery steps as he gazes out, taking an additional 1 point of damage. This is boss. Okay. Excellent. That is the bandits. Neryl, you are lying in the grass. You've been shot at, but not effectively. What do you do?
Just so there's 16 balance out, 15, 2 are dead, I think. So 14, 1 leader, 13 others. Mario said that you went a bit to the side of the monastery, or?
I'm like along the grass line. I'm running to the right and taking shots as I run, and then I'm diving back down so they can't get good, clear shots at me. I'm getting further away slightly.
I'm probably not that far away from you. Was also range, so I will go. I will firebolt one more time. Just one that looks the most hurt to me.
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead and roll a firebolt to hit. That will finally hit. Okay. Yes, your fire streaks out with 8 damage, slaying. You have one of 2 options for the most injured. You have one of the melee fighters fighting Arthur, and one of the original crossbowmen to shoot down Tads.
Do they have their crossbow loaded at the moment?
They are not loaded.
That's a difficult choice. But to be fair, I'll probably choose a crossbowman at that point.
Alright, crossbowman dies. Excellent. And do you repeat your maneuver of standing up, moving 10 feet and falling?
Get as close to Mark as possible and probably call out. This is not working.
14, I call back. I call back 14.
I like it. Okay, you begin strafing to the right as well, mimicking Marco's strafing movement to the side of the church.
Does Nero go prone?
Yeah.
Yes, Nero, I believe, is repeating the prone process. Tads, you've been bleeding out. You've failed 2 saves.
Natural 20,
Please
okay?
roll
just stand
another
right
one.
back up.
Ooh, that is 1 success. All right, you're still alive, but you are not stable. Arthur, you are in a heated battle on the steps. A new combatant has stepped up to fight with you. And you see this looming figure of the boss in the doorway. What do you do?
Kill the weak one and run away.
There's this nice injured one here, so I will be attempting to slay him.
Okay.
Oh boy.
No, you fail to slay him.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 attacks opportunities, but it's probably fine. I will retreat 30 feet.
All right, you attempt to withdraw 30 feet from these attackers. There are a number of bandits out and around you at about the 30-foot mark. These 2 will take their attacks of opportunity, as you did not disengage. The first with a 13 will not meet your armor class, and the second with a 11 will not meet your armor class. All right. Marco, you slightly outclass the bandits in speed, and you are the next to go. What will you do?
That's damage. Oh, come on.
You
11.
fire your longbow, but it misses.
Does it, though?
An 11?
Against light crossbowmen? Do they have weaker armor class?
No, the armor class is consistent.
Oh, well, I think I take my last repeating it. Dang it. 18,
The 18
though.
does
so-
hit. Yes, you call upon your war cleric magic and strike 4 damage, and you wanted to shoot one of the light crossbowmen.
The weakest one, the one you mentioned, was the most injured.
The most injured light crossbowman is dead from the firebolt. The next 4 light crossbowmen that are
Oh, then I killed the man next to.
You kill the man that Arthur was fighting. Excellent.
Yes, I say 13, and I look around me. Is there any cover? Is there any is there a rock I could duck under?
No. At this point where you chose to fight, the best cover you have are like laying down in the grass the way you've been doing.
Right, I take 10 feet back into the grass, and then I think I go prone again.
All right. You continue your prone strategy. It is time for the bandits. The first 4 bandits are all dead. They no longer get a turn. The next 4 bandits all have loaded crossbows, and they have moved 30 feet away from the monastery. They look around, and there's a new Arthur standing next to them. What do? They continue shooting crossbows. They know their role. So they had been splitting their attacks between Neril and Marcos. So the first 2, they take another movement forward of the 30-foot variety. 30, 30, 30, 30. So they are now 60 feet from the monastery. And they will attack 2 shots at Neril and 2 shots at Marco with a disadvantage. The 18 is the first on Neril. I believe that'll hit you. Yeah, for 8 piercing damage.
I'm down.
Neril is down. All right. The other crossbowman that was shooting at you will now turn his attention to Marco. And he will roll a 4. The next will roll a 4. And the next will roll a 15, which I believe matches. Yeah. For 3 more piercing damage.
I'm still breathing.
All right. Marco is still a-breathing. They have moved. Now we have the 4 here. This one is in melee. These all reload their crossbows, and they move 30 feet. Excellent. And then these ones move. The boss with his 2-handed sword comes striding out, making his way clearly with the intent to go after Arthur. And the other one that was in melee will also stride forward. The one that was in melee has enough movement to match your own movement, Arthur. So he will take a swing with his scimitar. The boss will use all of his movement to close to you, but will not get a chance to swing. The scimitar attacks with a 6. It does not strike you. The other 3 that came out, they see 2 are going after Arthur. They see 2 people bleeding out and dying. They're going to step forward. And you've been moving back and back and back. You've been an additional 30 feet back. What is the range on them now from the monastery? Oh, they have 320 feet on their long range. You're still within disadvantage range. So they will... You know what? They're going to shoot... They're going to shoot at Arthur. He's closer. And they don't have disadvantage on that. Yeah, they're smart enough that that's what they're going to do. The first one's going to go to Arthur for a crit.
Okay.
Arthur, please take 9 piercing damage.
And I lose my shield.
And you lose your shield. The next will roll a 4. And the next will roll an 18.
Miss.
That is misses just. Excellent. That is the turn there. Perfect. Neril, you are bleeding out newly on the ground. Please give me a death saving throw. Ooh, a 5. That is 1 fail. Taz, you are on death's door. 2 failed saves and 1 passed. Please give me a death saving throw.
Natural 20.
Ooh, 2 successes. All right, the next turn. You are going to decide the fate of your character. How exciting! Arthur, it is your turn. The boss himself, Mad Eye Manning, excuse me. Mad Eye Moody's from Harry Potter. Mad Eye Manning has approached you with his 2-handed sword. The other melee fighter is next to you. You've been peppered by crossbow bolts. What do you do?
Well, I'm gonna try to bash his sword out of the way so I can get my warhammer nice and solidly into his side.
All right.
15?
15 will hit Mad Eye Manning. And he
12
takes 12 bludgeoning damage. Oof! A crushing blow. It definitely wounds him. You see his blood begin to pour out from his collarbone where the hammer found purchase. But he continues his onslaught.
I think I'm just gonna try to reapply Shield of Faith to myself.
And that is a bonus action, right?
Out. Yep.
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
And you reapply Shield of Faith. That brings us to the Marco turn. What do you do?
Right. How far away are the light crossbowmen? How many are reloading, and how many are going to shoot me?
Okay, so there are 4 light crossbowmen 60 feet away from the monastery that have all fired their crossbows, and they are reloading.
So next turn they'll be reloading.
Yes, in the next round they will be reloading. There are 3 light crossbowmen at 30 feet from the monastery, and they were reloading last turn, and they are now ready to shoot. And then there are 3 that are on the monastery steps that are reloading because they just shot Arthur.
Yeah.
All right, if Marco makes a stealth kit, I don't know. Is there a chance within a chance that I had any possibility of sneaking away?
You could turn and run. You could hoof it.
Could I ask the god of lost wanderers to let me get home?
In the middle of combat.
I'm in tall grass. Could I stealth away and do that? Is that a possibility?
Alright, yes. If you use your whole movement and successfully go into stealth and they do not hunt you down, and assuming you survive, then you can sacrifice half of your treasure and half of your experience gained to have the Suhui, the god of the lost ways and keeper of the Logris, to find you a path home.
Arthur, what do you want me to do? You want me to fight to the last, or you want me to try and get out? Because we're not gonna, and none of the information we got is gonna get back. The next group is gonna try the same thing and die. So what do you want?
That's true, but
I mean, you've killed 4 bandits. That you've weakened their number.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm unconscious. I cannot tell you anything, but my spirit reached out to you and said, either you flee, we cannot beat them. Anyone at the door is basically dead because they're 12 bandits. So either you try to book it yourself, or to heal me and we try to book it together. But there is no way this fight continues for much longer.
I mean, healing him seems right no matter what, right? If you can.
How far away is?
I
don't know where they are.
He was trying to strafe next to you a little bit. You were doing your strafe dance for a couple of turns longer.
In the last round, I think I called to him, this is not working because what do we do? So
I shout back a number
to be consciously close.
He was consciously trying to stay somewhat close to you. I think you're within a movement of him easily.
I don't see what I'm worried about is I'm wondering if Marco even notices. Does Marco notice she goes down? I'm wondering if Marco looks back, doesn't see them, doesn't see them pop up.
If you're adept, do roll.
That's up to you. Yeah, you could choose whether or not you noticed. You could roll for it.
Okay. A 10 or less. Marco just assumes she ran. Marco doesn't know where she is, so Like, would Marco even be able to see where she is? It's tall grass, right?
I mean, yeah, but you've been fighting alongside of it. The grass is bent and stuff. It's kind of obvious where you are.
You can see the body-shaped imprint.
The body-shaped imprint lying on the ground.
Like
yeah,
that, exactly.
Okay, if I can use my movement to... Oh, this sucks. I really wish... Okay, wait, no. So I will walk over. I will cast one of my spells. I will cast Cure Light Wounds. And I will cast it. I will use my movement to get there. I will cast Cure Wounds, first level.
Okay.
And you're up full health. You are ready. Okay.
All right.
Then I will cast...
I still have my mage armor, by the way? I don't know quite how that works. It's not...
No, when you go unconscious, you'll lose the mage armor.
Was mage armor concentration?
No, it's not a concentration.
But you've...
Just an 8-hour buff, but...
You've gone unconscious. The magic effect on you has worn off.
Oh, okay.
I don't think
That's
magic is really reliant on.
Yeah,
consciousness.
I mean,
So
that
it's
was the
like
choice.
you release it into the world and it exists for the foreseeable future.
I mean, it's up to Greg.
You've gone unconscious. Your mage armor has ended.
Okay. Yeah, I'll stand up, but it's not my turn yet, so...
And I will cast as a bonus action Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay.
And I will also grab my shield.
I'm not standing up because it's not my turn yet, so
I know, you're still lying on the ground.
You
So,
can
like,
cast Cure Light Wounds, you can't cast Your Faith as well.
Isn't
You
Shield of
can't
Faith a cantrip?
No, Shield of Faith is
It's a first level spell. Okay. I get confused because it's a bonus action. I always consider it a cantrip. That's true. You can't double cast first level spells.
Okay, I will cast a cantrip of light right in front of us. So there's a bright light shining in front of us. So it's kind of harder to see us. Maybe, probably not.
All right.
Then I will pull out my shield and like take a dive, prone again, and, like face the shield towards them.
All right. You have done a yeoman's worth of work on your turn. This leads us to the bandits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them reload. The other 3, well, we'll resolve the melee combat first. The first one will swing his scimitar and attempt to strike Arthur. With a 13, that will not do it. Mad Eye is going to roll plus a few more.
Uh-oh.
With a 22 to strike you. Does that hit with your Shield of Faith?
Yep, it hits.
Alrighty. And then Mad Eye will roll for damage. 2d6 for his two-handed sword. Plus 3. Helps if I say roll.
For a moment, I heard it was 22 damage.
Right. 11 points of damage on Arthur from
Arthur gets cut down.
Ooh, Arthur goes down. There's now a bright light, and these 2 prone people, while everyone else reloads, there's 3 people with shots. They're gonna step forward and take them. They're at disadvantage from the prone. They're at disadvantage from the light. They have disadvantage everywhere, but it's all disadvantage. They shoot a 6. They shoot a...
At whom?
6. They're shooting at Meryl and Marco. I will roll a d2 between you if one of them hits.
Okay.
No, none of them hit, and that is their turn. So, Neryl, you are newly healed by Marco. The 3 of them have shot at you, trying to hit through the light and the proneness. They have not. What do you do?
If you're booking it, then we should split up, because if they catch one of us and we're together, we're both dead. So use the grass as cover and try to keep low. We are small. That could be the advantage here. And I will not really wait for the response because I don't want to wait for the turn order. And I will... what's the field behind us? There's still grass, like all of this grassland. So I will just try to... I will run away now. Like,
all right.
dash action and movement away from the light, away from the monastery. And yeah.
All right. You stand up and you use your action to sprint away as fast as you can.
I will, because that doesn't use the movement, I will only the standing up. I will throw myself flat on the ground so I can prepare for the stealth.
Standing up takes half. Wait, but you're already prone.
Standing up. Standing up.
So you're using standing up takes half of your original movement, right? And then you're going to move your movement away, and then you wanted to use your action to double move, right? This is how I understand it.
Yeah, the rest of the movement I still have. I use, and then I use the dash action to double move, and then
you double move. And you want to throw yourself Superman style on the ground again.
And then I'll try if I can convert us into a stealth in the next round. And then we'll...
All right, you sprint away as fast as your legs can carry you. Excellent, Tads. We have come to this, the final roll for your character here today. Will you...
Nat 20.
Ooh, you stabilize. You are no longer bleeding out, and you would recover HP in 2 hours. Arthur, it is your turn. You have been cut down. That is 1 death saving throw. Failed. Marco, you have healed your friend. You've been shot at by arrows. You see your companions bleeding out. Do you turn and run as well?
I don't know what Marco's supposed to do here. I don't have healing word. I don't have anything. I have no options. I think my only option is to get back and warn the others about how dangerous these bandits are. They're monsters, unstoppable. But getting back by itself isn't really possible. I'd have to get out of the fight.
We really didn't roll very well.
Oh yeah, we didn't. And I have 1 spell left. Wish it was invisibility. That'd be
would be good.
Any spells which would help at all? No, none of. Wait, would you consider it a stealth saving throw if I were to try and get away?
I think the first thing you have to do if you want to attempt stealth is to run away, right? You want to get out of their sight and then try to stealth, right?
Is that possible?
Well, you've set up this bright light in front of you last turn. You've been hiding in the bushes. A lot of them are busy reloading their crossbows and stuff during the last turn. You could try to just sprint out of here as fast as you can and then hide.
I will try that then. Is there any roll I have to make? Or?
No, you stand up and you use your dash action to double move, and you are just hoofing it. You and Neryl are trying your damnedest to get out of there. All right. So, the bandits go. They are unconcerned so far with your fleeing. And they seem to be willing to let you run away as they turn to strip down the heroes in front of us. Where is the mule, actually? If they
probably like 500 feet back, probably.
You have to 500 feet back. Let's see if they spot the mule tied to a tree. Oh, they sure do. Yep. So most of them turn to the mule and begin marching their way towards it. They see it as the loot for their battle here, and they're gonna go get it. But they are ignoring you, and they're just gonna collect the treasure there. Arthur
dies.
Arthur dies eventually. He bleeds out without being tended to. A very unfortunate death saves for him. Okay. That brings us to Nero and Marco. You spend some tense moments waiting in the grasses, and you eventually realize that you can get away. The combat is over, and you have escaped with your lives. I've heard a plea to Suhui to open up the Logris and march you along the lost ways. Is this how the session ends?
Hey, you think we could just hoof it back without?
We don't have rations. I mean, I have my water. I have one ration. I have one water skin. Another ambush like the vultures, and we're probably dead.
Okay.
I say we have to get this information back.
All right.
Yeah,
For Arthur.
we definitely do.
You pray to.
There's nothing to gain here anyway. I mean, by the way, if we I mean, the stuff is on the mule, also the gems and stuff. I don't know where the gems are. Maybe except for that, I don't. Anyone who
I put them on my character sheet because the mule had too much weight.
I think.
Okay, then they're gone anyway. If we have to give up like half our treasure, especially, like, does the treasure on the mule magically disappear for the bandit?
Indeed,
I mean,
probably
nothing
does.
mattered from the thing anyway.
It was lost to your character regardless.
The bandits like hoof it over to the mule. They like search it and it's like, this is just a bunch of junk. This is all let's go search that dragonborn over there, and then they find like 200 worth of gems, a 74 gold pouch, a couple longbows for some reason.
All right. You leave the mule behind, so the treasure on it is lost. Who was carrying the magical pendant?
Oh, and they find
Arthur.
a magical pendant on me as well.
Okay. Excellent. In that case, it seems like we are sacrificing experience. So, Tads, you were stable and not dead at the end of the session. You can have a choice. Would you like your character to perish or have some unknown fate at the hands of bandits? Or would you like to join your friends traversing the forgotten ways back home?
Wait, I can be teleported with them?
The
What?
forgotten ways are powerful.
Oh yeah, we do that. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's possible, then
That's
sure.
Tad's choice, man.
All right.
I think that
Unfortunately,
would go.
the ways will not open for Arthur as his soul has passed beyond. But the three of you sacrifice half of your XP and half of the 0 treasure that you gained, unfortunately, as it was lost to bandits. But the crazed old man with the flowing beard and wild eyes opens up a twisting cavern of terrifying ways and eventually sets them in stone and allows you to pass back to Farfield Keep. Excellent. You have returned and made it back to Farfield Keep, minus 1 character. Minus some treasure, but you learned a lot of interesting things, I feel like. Let me add up some experience for you all.
I had 1 gem on me. I guess that would be...
Oh, he took 1 gem.
Yeah, 1 gem!
Is it then
I
one?
would pay half of it
yeah?
and like,
All right,
split
of
into three,
the of the 200 GP, how much was this single gem worth?
You'd have to roll.
I got it. This single gem is this single gem was worth 30 GP. This is one of the better gems amongst
It's all
them.
the best one, unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, so half that treasure goes to Suhui, so that's 15 GP split 3 ways. Each of you have gained 5 GP from the session. Well done.
I mean, to be fair, I probably do not remember that this gem is even on Tad, so if Tad doesn't want to give it up, I'll probably, won't say anything.
I think you
No,
wake up to being
fine.
healed by Marco.
Like, Taz is poor. First of all, you could just search for the thing while she's unconscious for 2 hours, and second, she's like pretty poor, so if she would just suddenly spend something worth 50 gold, you would probably notice. It's like, oh, what's that?
I mean, I do have to replace my cooking tools, so they're on a mule. So.
We're out of mule. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Details.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the gem would pay for the mule and the barding and stuff, so exactly.
Yeah, well that, I mean,
Well,
this is
you probably
terrible.
won't do that because you won't be working together again. Probably.
Future groups can handle that. Fine.
Yeah, split it 3 ways always. Otherwise, it becomes a nightmare.
All right. So you all would have received 435 experience each, but you sacrificed half of your 435 to open up the Lost Waves. And so you return to town with 218 experience each.
Yeah. Would it be split? Would it be split with Arthur?
No, I'm splitting it 3 ways for the 3 surviving members.
Okay. That was
Yeah, it seems like it would just be better to wander around the wilds for a while, get to level 2, and then just go home.
At the end, we didn't know. Like, we didn't know that the bandits are there until we're there. My mistake was probably not insisting that we actually kill this bandit instead of going to this plan. And I don't really regret it because the RP was amazing. I didn't want to interrupt it. So,
Sorry, I should have been worse.
I don't actually regret it.
Can you put a bounty on Big Jimmy?
Oh
put a bounty
yeah,
on
I
Big
take
Jimmy?
that 5 gold. I take the 5 gold from this mission, and I
Was
say,
Big Jimmy actually one of the bandits out there? Maybe he was killed.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
if you would like to put a bounty, dead or alive, on Big Jimmy and write it up, I will put it on the job board. Happy to.
absolutely do.
Okay. Yeah, write it up for me. Get it to me in Discord, and we'll put it up on the job board. All right. Well, that has been session 3 of Land Beyond the Mist. We have learned some interesting things. We've had our heart broken as our first level 2 character has died, but I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did too. It's very enjoyable for me to run these
Bandits
sessions.
will pay for this. So Arthur will be avenged eventually.
Excellent. We have another session coming up on Tuesday with a brand new group. I believe they are going into a place we haven't seen before, into the lizard marshes to hunt for honeysuckle. So that should be a lot of fun. I hope to see you there. I also have a lag tomorrow on twitch.tv/Koibu. So come check that out if you would like. That's a different kind of campaign altogether. But, you know, if you're looking for a laugh and a decent time, I think it is good. Any of you have shout-outs you want to make before we go?
Shoutouts to Millman. I woke up too early for this.
Shout-outs to Millman, indeed. He is a crazy person.
I'd say if you're on the cusp about signing up or not, I was incredibly nervous to play here. Just do it. It's super fun.
Nice. I'm glad you had a good time, man.
It's good.
All right. Well, thank you all for...
Wait, I have to shout out.
Oh,
I want to shout out, if any one of them is watching, actually, the Pyre multiplayer community I will play with tomorrow. Pyre is a game from Supergiant Games, before Hades. And that has a tiny multiplayer community, and they're really great. Just want to put that out there.
Excellent.
And it was really fun playing with you.
Excellent.
Yep. This is pretty good. I'm really happy to have played with everyone. It was fun. I'm so sorry for Arthur. I had nothing I could do once Tads went down. I was like, do I rush out there, heal, or die?
Yeah. You need to get like better rolls on the first waves of bandits. Just like none of them died, and so
Yeah, then it just became an exponential problem where like we had twice the number, and I ran out of all my tools. I had half the attacks I had for the first couple rounds, and it was like, do I sit there and take one shot a round?
This could have gone very differently. I wanted to thunder wave them, push them back into the fire. That might have like dealt with the first wave. But,
That might have been really good.
so good.
Yeah, just Tads went down, then we all went down, and we didn't have the sleep spell ready because we didn't ask. And then we're like, oh no.
Yeah, that was my fault. But to be fair, I think the grease would have broken most of them up anyway, the burning grease.
when you're on fire.
So that wouldn't have helped that much, and would probably, even if it like put them down from 12 to 6 banners, that's still way too many.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
But
thank you all
you
for
live-
playing. I'm glad y'all had a good
Fine.
time. I'm going to sign the stream off here. Chat, I hope to see you soon. If not, have a great rest of your day, night, week, whatever, so I see you again. Peace, everybody.
All right, bye.
Good night.